all we do is push and shove. Dress up and play the part and call it love. The curtain rises, everyone's out this fool disguises. Slides all your lines, and tonight we reminded that the show must go on. You've clearly won. The audience is on your side. Where has she gone? The girl with no makeup on. She's reciting her lies, and in her eyes she can't do no wrong. I told her break a leg, but she'd rather break hearts. And now she's a villain who's mastered the art. She's playing my part, my part. My part. Alright, stop, wait a second. Suddenly I'm second guessing about the role that I'm supposed to play. Should I be the hero who's defeated, so near yet against the line to save the day? Cause all that I am is nothing she wants, but it's the price of saving worth the cost. But not every story's got a happy ending. The love I had is dead and gone. Where has she gone? The girl with no makeup on. My love, she's reciting her lies, and in her eyes she can't do no wrong. She can't do no wrong. I told her break a leg, but she'd rather break hearts. And now she's a villain who's mastered the art. Oh, she's playing my part, my part.
KUAM-FM, Hagaya, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
All of your friends ain't got no clue. I just can't wait can put your trust in me. Say the word, what it is, it got you bugging. I'll be there whenever you are stressing. And when I do, close to you, all of your friends ain't got no clue. I just can't wait to be with you. I promise I'll make everything so easy. Boy, I'll be faithful, promise not to hurt your heart, swear I'm not able. I loved you from the very start, my love's on the table. Take it how you want it, boy, yeah. Take it how you want it, boy, I'll be faithful. I promise not to hurt your heart, swear I'm not able. I loved you from the very start, my love's on the table. Take it how you want it, boy, yeah. Take it how you want it, boy. Take it how you want it, how you like it, when you need it, yeah. Take it how you want it, how you like it, when you need it. Take it how you want it, how you like it, when you need it. Take it how you want it, how you like it, when you need it. Take it how you want it, how you like it, when you need it. Oh, take it how you want it, how you want it, take it how you want it.
Chris and Sabrina with The Link. Here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
My house in Budapest, my hidden treasure chase, golden grand piano, my beauty focus still for you. Oh, you, oh, I leave it all. My acres of land that I've achieved, and maybe offer you to stop and believe for you. Ooh, you, ooh, I leave it all. Oh, for you, oh, you, oh, I leave it all. Give me one good reason why I should never make a change. Baby, if you hold me, then all of this could go away. My many artifacts, the list goes on. If you just say the words out, I'll up and run to you. Ooh, you, ooh, I leave it all. Ooh, I leave it all. Give me one good reason why I should never make a change. Baby, if you hold me, then all of this could go away. Give me one good reason why I should never make a change. Baby, if you hold me, then all of this could go away. My friends and family don't understand. Therefore, I lose so much. You take my hand, but for you, ooh, I leave it all. Oh, for you, ooh, I leave it all. Give me one good reason why I should never make a change. Baby, if you hold me, then all of this could go away. Give me one good reason why I should never make a change. Baby, if you hold me, then all of this could go away. My house in Budapest, my hidden treasure chase, golden grand piano, my beautiful Castile for you. Oh, you, oh, I leave it all.
The Link, here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Water wash away my sin. Oh, secret whisper, tuck me into bed as I sit there dreaming about all that I am. I slowly began to think about oh, what I am. And now I say it's you. It's you. And I'm dreaming without you. And you know it's true. It's true. And I'm lost now, and I don't know what to do. And I will find ways to go, travel through my darkest days, and come out an angel. And I say I'm looking on at all these people that I know are strong, and they just gotta see there. They need to see that it's always been, it's you, and I'm dreaming about you, and you know it's true, and I'm lost now, and I'll find my way. Oh, I'll find my way. Oh, I'll find my way. Oh, I'll find my way. And you know it's true. It's true. And I'm dreaming about you. I'm dreaming about you, and it's you. It's you. And I'm lost now. I'm lost without you. I'm lost without you. I'm lost without you. I'm lost without you.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe, and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained through it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab at the top of the homepage, give us your email address, and you're all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant, and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Wings and cheesy bread. Available at your nearest Domino's location for just $10.99. Offer only available for delivery. Or you can choose our carryout special for just $10. Save time. Order online at Domino's.gu today.
Heineken, along with Kendall Jackson, invite you to a night at the Hilton Tree Bar every Friday with a renaissance of short stories. Every Friday, beginning at 7 p.m., Tree Bar at the Hilton Hotel. Let's all enjoy responsibly. Bring your family and friends for a night you don't want to miss every Friday night with short stories at the Hilton Tree Bar. Music starts at 7 p.m. For reservations, call 646-DINE. Breeze 93.9 FM is all about playing your favorite hits through the ages, bringing you back to the best times of your life. Listen to the Top Hit Takeover every weekday from 4 to 5 p.m. as the Docomo Pacific team and their special guests share their favorites with you each month. Listen as they play guest DJ with a special theme and get in on the takeover action yourself by sharing your favorites on our Instagram account. Brought to you by Docomo Pacific. Better together.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink,
brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water and Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape,
airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
Die sombranzelten maak et zu te saluda antes diu hum niga Razzaus and malak estrezas durante todo em memu a nogi distância como cupo palu zaniman malak guafi Ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau Esta pagua pumalapa Gilo tanu man libri Sentanu iti man ko badi
Nota kantai matunonya gitoru iluga para gloria a big is la sen para
Right on. Friday, whoa, business.
Yes.
Friday.
The work week is almost over.
Oh my God, it's Friday. Be my business.
So that means we have ice cream, even if we're lactose intolerant,
Tolerant.
like me.
Oh yeah, don't let that stop you. Because lactose intolerance is a lie.
Whoa. Are you an anti-laxer?
No, yeah, I'm an anti-laxer.
No,
bro.
hey, I'm the first one to sign up for that shot.
Don't
bro.
leave the lie, bro. Hey, it's 6:28. Good morning.
I got 27 years of medical proof that
Data.
proves that lactose intolerance is a thing.
It's Friday, June 25th. Welcome to the link.
That was a great way to start the show.
It was nice visual. Brought to you by Pacific Points, IT&E, Cabo Enterprises, and Jack in the Box.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Mother Nature. Thank you, God. Thank you, National Weather Service. Thank you, Harmon, the way the buildings are architected around here. What a beautiful shot, Joe, sir, of the sunrise.
Amen. Way to go. He's Sunrise Joe.
Anybody can take a camera and point it at something, but Joe, sir, has a very unique eye how to capture a moment.
He does, yeah. And we're so grateful for that. 628.
That was
That's
beautiful,
Joe,
man.
sir, BTS, running all the cams and all that. Sabrina Salas-Mantonani on leave. It's Friday. Yep, you know how we do on Friday. We always have a big show to end the week. We're going to do Feed Me Fridays, Jay.
Yeah, so I think you and Ken went over to King's and to Mooning,
Yeah.
as you have been doing the last few Fridays. And you guys actually tried something that's a Chamorro staple, I
Yep.
would even say. It's a local favorite, but it's off the menu, right?
Well, because they made a mistake in printing the menu.
Oh, they made a mistake.
A mistake about
With
the
the
bissteak.
bissteak.
Yeah.
And you know your bistake.
Yeah. So does Ken St. Nicholas, and that's who I went to go eat with at Feed Me on Feed Me Fridays. We go to King's, a little $10 bistake, $10 Tenactec. Can't go wrong. And then also on Fridays we do Sports Link with our man Dave Delgado.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of stuff that happened, especially in the world of MMA, because of course, our guy, the champ, right? Rocky Martinez went and he had this big fight that he even said and he admitted he thought when the judge's decision came out, it was split decision.
Yeah.
It was for the other guy though, but the guy even admitted, and we played Rocky's interview earlier. They actually got along really well. They saw each other at the airport. They introduced.
They went shopping together.
Yeah, they saw each other in the grocery store, so they said they helped each other get like training stuff. And he goes, "He's a really nice guy." And the guy even admitted to him, and he goes, "Dude, I got beat up." So Rocky, it's one of those, depending on how you see it as an athlete, some people believe there's no such thing as a moral victory. But Rocky may have lost the fight, but he definitely earned the respect.
Yeah, definitely was his best UFC fight ever.
How many has he had now? Is this his third or
It's
fourth?
been a bunch, yeah.
Yeah.
I think, or it seems like it's been a bunch.
Even
the guys
more,
had 5 fights all the time, dude.
Yeah. Okay, wait. We do have and also on the MMA front tonight, there's going to be a very very special live stream. We've been talking about this grappling exhibit. It's not specifically MMA. It's not specifically.
It's called
kickboxing.
glorified sparring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so it's going to be over.
That's exactly what it sounds like. It's glorified sparring.
Yeah. But it's a bunch of different disciplines, all at the same time.
Yeah.
Which kind of is interesting because remember, you're way more.
I mean, it's definitely channeling Prebahal vibes, guys. Just long story short.
That's going to be at 7:00. We're going to stream it live on Facebook, but it's a bunch of it's some of it's wrestling, grappling, some of it's like stand up,
kickboxers.
Kickboxers. Remember when MMA first came out, those videos like first started coming around like in the mid 90s? That's what it was. Remember, you would have like the skinny Thai kickboxer guy going up against like Japanese
super
sumo.
big sumo guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was when it was cool. Now it's like everybody's so trained to the point where it's like you're just so trained, right? It's so technical. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love it, but I miss a big sumo wrestler versus like a skinny karate guy. They just don't make them like they used to, and that's why people are doing this whole like Jake Paul Floyd Mayweather thing, is because people kind of want to see that crazy.
Yeah.
Right. I want to see some crazy fighting.
And a lot of people just concentrate like on.
I mean, dude, sooner or later they're gonna be like, put him in there with a gorilla, or put him in there with 5 fighting roosters.
Hey, you know what? The great late Bear Bryant.
Malfunction versus 5 fighting roosters. to the death.
You know what though? You know
To the quick.
You know, Paul Bear Bryant, the legendary Hall of Fame coach for the Alabama Crimson Tide,
Yeah.
won 6 national championships in
Okay.
Tuscaloosa. He got his nickname because when he was a young man in Kentucky, he actually wrestled a bear
Right.
for $8, and he won.
$8. Wow.
That's how he got. Yeah, so that's coming up on 7:00 tonight on Facebook. You're gonna want to watch that. It's gonna be a amazing production. Support local sports.
He wrestled a bear for $8. Last night, my kids asked me. They said, "Dad, would you drink a gallon of soy sauce for 100,000?" I was like, "Bro, where's the gallon? You know what? Bring 2." Kids ever do that, Joe?
You know way more about MMA. I admittedly like MMA is not my strong suit, but I know a lot of when people talk about like their training regimen right now, it's a lot about their boxing game and then their ground game, their grappling and everything like that. Is Muay Thai still like a major part of?
Yeah, totally.
Because I was like, a friend
You
of
have
ours.
to train, dude. Nowadays, Jay, you have to train. It's not like before.
Because our friend Kevin,
I mean, remember back in the early days of MMA, it was like you had these guys who were like, "No, I don't want to train ground. That's hugging." And then they would just get taken down to the ground and totally manhandled.
Yeah.
Right? So, yeah, you got to train everything, dude. You got to be, I mean, if you're not like a ground fighter, you got to train how to stay off the ground. You know, if you're a striker and you want to keep it on the feet, then you got to train how to sprawl and keep it on the feet.
And it's been a while since we talked to like our friend who owns a Muay Thai studio. And did we remember Kevin Jellicoe?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, Master Kevin. Did his
Master
studio,
Kevin?
Did his studio have to close?
No.
No, but they were in the headlines.
Well, there was like a COVID. This is like last year, dude. They're fine. I follow them on Instagram.
Oh,
They're
okay, cool.
Busy. It's really busy.
And,
there.
and he's a really, really good guy too.
Yeah.
So yeah, we got to get him on the show.
6:34. So yeah, we do Sports Link with Dave Delgado on Fridays. We also do a sneak peek of the One Micronesia podcast.
Yeah, and Vic was talking about this yesterday. Gave a little bit of a teaser, and today you are going to meet the 2 TikTokers that he has met. So I mean,
that's the thing, dude. People are described as TikTokers.
Yeah.
YouTubers.
But these guys have very quickly amassed, 38,000 followers, which which on TikTok is still like the low end. I mean, you could be like Charlie D'Amelio and have 126 million. But these guys, and it's an interesting conversation because they talked to Vic about, how being randomly weird or goofy or creative or having something to say on TikTok really got them through the pandemic. And then they get really emotional because they were 2 of the Micronesian residents who were displaced from their homes and just saying, all we want to do is go home, and we just have to sit and wait. And, they talk about what got them through that.
So that's going to be a good one. That's coming up here, guys. 8 o'clock, we go on KUAM TV. Also, today we've got this great segment that we're going to do, Profiles in Pride.
Yeah.
With it's actually a recue from yesterday.
So you saw a little bit of it yesterday. Today we're going to show you like the full one. So it's Glenn and Josh, and they not only share their stories of coming out, and again, Glenn's got a hilarious story of how like he came out to his mom, and his mom was like really worried, and and he's like, "Mom, I really got to have a."
Yeah, he was like,
discussion.
"Mom, I really got something important to tell you." And she was like really worried.
Yeah.
Yeah. We don't want to spoil it for you though.
Yeah.
It's coming up 6:35. Also, this morning, Jesse Kanga, the Guam Ethics Commission Executive Director, they had a meeting last night. We're getting GCC's Denise Mendiola, who's the Assistant Director for Continuing Education and Workforce Development. Basically, she does all the like webinar stuff there. And there's one coming up. Jay, did you guys see that?
Yeah, they've had at least 2, and I want to say even 3 at this point, like in the last year, and they've got another one. And remember, everybody's telling, get your skills together. It's crazy the number of ads you're seeing around for companies that are just hiring. And you said this with Gumamami the other day, right? And you were like, man, it seems like you guys are hiring for security staff, secretarial, administrative, and you're like, is anybody left? They're like, no, we're just bringing everybody back. And my favorite way that a company is trying to actually recruit is one of the gas stations, like up north, and they have these clever little daily affirmations on their marquee.
Yeah.
It said, it made me laugh yesterday as I drove by because it says, we're giving out 2 stimulus checks per month. We're hiring. Inquiry within. That's clever. That's really funny.
This is actually for a medical home health aid caregiver boot camp. So there's a lot of people doing the home health caregiver.
Nice.
So you can check that out. Funny story.
I did that for a couple of years
when you're talking
my dad was
about
sick.
jobs. So I went to grab a pizza yesterday from our friend Marge at Papa John's. And, actually how it was is I ordered it in Manila on my way home. And she answered the phone, and she was like, "Papa John's, this is Marge." And I was like, "Oh, whoa, hey, Marge, how's it?" It's Chris. She's like, "Oh, my God. Da, da, da." And I was like, "You're working?" And because she usually works in Twinning. So anyway, they can't find a driver. They can't find anyone who wants to work as a driver because it pays minimum wage and the PUA is much higher. And I just thought that was pretty interesting because we keep hearing about that, right? And you guys know you're on the PUA. They're supposed to start that job search requirement in July. Right now, Auntie Lou is just letting you milk it, right? You guys are just like this on the PUA, just milking it. Enjoy it. No, I'm serious. Enjoy it because it's going to change.
Yeah, but guys, don't walk that tightrope, man. Dave Della Sola has been on here.
Don't walk that tightrope, man. This ain't the circus, guys.
Yeah,
You're not a trapeze.
Dave is the guy whose agency has been cutting those checks for you guys and helping you guys get through.
Yeah.
And he is imploring you guys, please do not wait until September when everybody's going to be out there like looking for a job. And you don't want to, I hate to use a movie analogy, but you don't want to be like one of those kids who doesn't have a chair when the music ends.
Get a job. Yeah, so that's September it runs out, guys. You know it runs out.
Yeah.
Former Speaker Judy Wampat messaged me for you, Jay. She said Asiga makes plant-based ice cream if you're lactose intolerant.
Well, yeah, that's. I've heard about that. I've tried almond milk, which I actually really enjoy.
Yeah,
almond milk is good. Some people think it's like a little bit too sweet.
You ever try the chocolate almond milk?
No, I've just had the regular one, the silk.
It's good, right? Yeah.
My dad was also.
It's funny you say that because for next Talk Shop Tuesday, I'm actually going to be making silk dark chocolate almond milk ice cream.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. I mean, what else?
That's not a spoiler alert.
No, it's not. Yeah. So Pacific Grocers, they bring in the almond milk, so I'm going to do that.
Oh, nice. Well, first of all, thank you, Dr. Wampat. Appreciate that.
Yes, so much.
My vice principal going all the way back to FD.
Right. I mean, Madam Speaker, if you wanted to just drop some of that that plant-based ice cream by, of course, we wouldn't be mad, right? Would we be mad?
I'm not complaining.
I mean, as long as you bring some real ice cream too.
Tell you what, we have some really big things going on in the comments.
Right.
We have
I didn't know.
a shout out from 907 in Alaska.
907.
907 is the entire region of Anchorage, Fairbanks, and Juneau.
Wow.
And you don't really have to be a geography whiz or a nerd to basically look at any map and just marvel at how large the 50th state is. Wait,
Yeah.
is it 50th or 49th?
It's the 49th.
49th, yeah, because Hawaii was the 50th. Whoa. Talking about not knowing your geography.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, but Fairbanks, Anchorage, and Juneau, that's a big portion.
Alaska, all I know about Alaska is they pay you to live there. Right? They do. Because it's so far out and remote. Why don't we get paid to live here? What's wrong? It's so racist.
I know some people that actually.
I mean, you think Alaska's far, dude. Guam's farther than Alaska. Where's our money? I had this conversation with a friend. I was talking to this friend. I got this old grouchy friend. And he was like, everyone's complaining. How come no one ever, calls up the media and says, like, I'm so glad I got a stimulus check. I'm so glad I'm on this PUA. Thank you, thank you. Instead, people were like, where's my RISE Act? Where's my money? Give me my money. And I was like, bro, yeah, because they're entitled to it. Because, we had this whole pandemic and the federal government, they can afford to kick down money. So, hey, where's the money? It's in the bag. It's in the bank right now, guys. It's in the bank right now.
Also, we have a real special.
So I was like, dude, Alaska, they just give people money to live there. They should do that here, too. Just saying.
Well, what's that one show that took place? Was it Ice Road Truckers?
Yeah.
That was nuts.
Yep.
Also, we got
that has a whole other meaning on Guam, though. Ice Road Truckers.
Oh.
All right.
Well, we also got an anniversary.
Where's
number
Sabrina?
38. Was it Elizabeth Aggie, right?
Yeah.
Elizabeth Aggie, happy 38th wedding anniversary.
Wow.
38 years ago, she tied the knot.
So congratulations.
Made the vows.
Celebrating out there in Eva Beach, Hawaii, right?
Yeah.
Way to go.
We've also got Sophia checking in from Egypt.
Right. We've got Rosemary Laguatnia this morning. Rosemary, 8:30. I did put out the ask Speaker Therese Terlahi to jump on with Senator Tello, and also we're getting Senator Joanne about this Bill 112 hearing that was coming up. I've also reached out to a bunch of doctors. We'll see. There's testimony, guys. I wanted to put that in the comments in a little bit because there was a lot of really good written testimony that's been submitted for this Bill 112. And so we'll read some of that coming off. Some, interesting testimony from doctors on that side, and then also from patients. And there was just one letter there that I want to share with you guys. It was really heartbreaking. As this Bill 112, I mean, everybody's talking about this. It's pretty interesting. And it's really just getting started because they've got a couple public hearings on it scheduled for the first week of July, which, of course, we'll tell you more about. And that's what's coming up on the show this morning. Sabrina Salas-Mantanani on leave. Again, in our comments, good morning, Sophia. John Bucat in Alahan. Have an amazing Friday. Thank you, John.
Hey, John.
Mama Bear Debbie Davis checking in from Kentucky. Where
Okay. Have you done anything else with the barbecue sauce Mama Bear sent us? With the Sunnies?
I made some chicken nuggets, and then we used the barbecue sauce for dipping.
I am making a solemn vow to myself this weekend because I've only ever used it on chicken, which like I really really enjoy. I'm gonna use it on steak. I'm gonna use it on something other than chicken. I mean, wait, what other kind of
Debbie
poultry is
Davis
there?
comments in, great question, Chris. Why doesn't Guam get paid? You're for sure farther. Right on. She also writes in, our governor in Kentucky just announced he's going to pay the people on unemployment $1,500 to go back to work. When are the people that worked COVID going to be rewarded? You know, it's funny you say
You're
that.
being paid to go back to work?
Yeah. There's also something here that they had at the Economic Forum, which I think you're going to play in the news, where the governor had announced. Guys, there was a bunch of announcements yesterday. The big one was
3 months. 3 months subsidy for small businesses.
right.
Let
You'll
me
get
make sure I
that
pull
week
it
coming up. But the other big one was that the governor was saying that she was probably going to end up lifting the mask mandate. Right.
Yeah,
but they were
You
still.
were on the road reading to the kids, and when that came in, we're like, yeah. And she said, if we reach herd immunity, we're at 70%,
right,
just about right now. Once we hit 75 of the adult population is fully inoculated, then she actually said, then she goes, I'm thinking of lifting restrictions on gathering. And I was like, and there wasn't like a little condition with it, or there wasn't like a number in it. I was like, wow.
But they're also going to still encourage people to wear masks when they're in crowds.
Yeah. So the governor also announced what Chris was alluding to: 3 month subsidy for employee hiring.
Right. And so we'll talk about that. But, you know, with this American Rescue Plan, there was this allowance that you can use the money to pay essential personnel who work through COVID. Right? Right, sir? Yep. Remember I asked the governor about that in the press conference, and she had basically said, well, how are we going to determine who's essential, right? Because, and of course, it's subjective, right? I mean, we were essential.
You know who I found out?
I mean, media was, no, guys, I'm not even trying to be conceited, but media was considered essential.
You know who I found out yesterday was essential too? We had a carrier guy from the aircon company come up to the house and do some servicing of our air conditioning.
Yeah, because aircon AC is essential.
Yeah, aircon was
Hello,
essential.
we live in Guam.
And I was like, I actually forgot about that because my mom was asking the guy, and she's like, oh, you know, was business like slow for you? And he goes, we took like a little bit of a dip, but we were still essential, so we could still do calls. And
so this is totally allowed. Totally allowed. So they could give it to, you know, grocery store workers. It's not just doctors and nurses.
gas station attendants,
Right.
security
Everybody who
guards.
basically worked during the pandemic. Not you, vast majority of GovGuam employees. You're already getting the All Rise Act. But it's something to do with like the amount of time you worked, and it was what's it called? Premium pay is what they call it. Yeah. And that's totally allowed in the guidance. But yeah, don't hold your breath for that, guys. Sorry. I hate to dangle that premium pay carrot to be like, yep, you know, come on, you know, Auntie Lou ain't going to give us that. Get real. At 6:47, let's go ahead and get into the news now. And we'll get back in our Facebook Live. We go on KUAM TV at 8. All airline employees are also essential.
Yeah. By the way, you guys
Yes.
probably saw there's a new episode we dropped, and it was so good we actually dropped it early yesterday. Nestor interviewed some executives from United Airlines yesterday, and they were talking
Right.
about, you know, their plans that they're going to introduce these new supersonic planes.
Yeah.
And as a nerd, these things blow me away because I remember first hearing about this concept from.
Is this the Concorde?
It's exactly like the Concorde,
Right.
like in the 80s and 90s. But you know, you may have heard this several years ago because Virgin Airlines was the first one who mentioned it.
Right.
Is they said it not only is it supersonic, but if you go super stratospheric, technically you're almost in space, and if you do that, I believe you can get to from New York to Paris, which normally is a 5-hour flight, like in 30 minutes or something like that.
Wow.
Because you don't have to deal with gravity and everything.
What
So,
about from Guam to Saipan? How long?
I mean, that's a half-hour.
I'm not
flight
really in
anyway,
the
though.
budget New York to Paris, guys. But what about Guam to Saipan?
I don't even think they'd say the captain is. The captain has said you may move about the cabin. It's just like, all right,
Yep.
stay in your seats. We'll be
All
there in a
right,
minute.
buckle up, guys. Oh, we're here.
Yeah.
Right on. Whoa, what happened? It's supersonic.
Yeah.
Vroom, vroom.
But it's a
Supersonic.
fascinating conversation because they
The
talk
S is for super. The U is for unique.
JJ Fad.
That should be the is that the theme song?
I should have put that in there actually. I should have edited that. but-
Supersonic.
Yeah.
Gotta do that. Supersonic. Hey, it's Friday, guys. 6:48.
So check that out. That's in full zoom. It's not going to air on TV until like next week, but you can already watch it because they talk about
Yeah.
again about
Why does it
supersonic
gotta only
aircraft.
be to Paris, guys? Don't discriminate. Let's get up here and get a supersonic holiday up to the CNMI.
But you know what? They also talk about a lot of the.
They're probably gonna miss the CNMI, right? They probably hit the supersonic. Like, oh darn, where are we at? Atlanta, we're all the way in the Bermuda Triangle. U-turn.
Do you remember when the Concorde used to pass
Yeah,
over Guam?
I do.
I remember that. I was playing basketball in my neighborhood. I think it was in the 8th grade, and they were like, "Oh,
You know why? Because I'm old.
And Guam Cable TV was telling everybody, Guam Cable TV and PDN were telling everybody, hey, the Concorde is going to pass by Guam around 4 in the afternoon. So we were all home from school already. And so here we are playing basketball, doing layups. And the speed that thing actually made it from one side of the horizon to the other, I was like, wow, man, that thing's moving.
Right on. Okay.
And then, of course, remember when President Clinton came here and then you saw Air Force One take
Yeah.
off? That was a moment. That was big.
Yeah.
That was 97? No, 98.
That's we started the show, we play the anthem with Uncle Tote. That's from when President Clinton came.
And remember
No pun intended.
how big of a moment it was. Remember how unbelievably big that was because when President
Hello,
Clinton,
my fellow Chamorro people. Y'all got a Chagmas too, huh? Can we get serious?
no, Clinton came out and his very first words where he goes he addressed the crowd and there were probably like 2,000 people there,
Right.
security, media, whatever,
Yeah.
and he just looked out at the bay and he goes, "My fellow Americans," and the place went
Yeah.
nuts. I mean, it was
Yep.
deafening how
If he said that nowadays, people would be like, "We're not Americans." Okay, are you serious? You ready now?
yeah.
Okay.
You're the one making Lewinsky references. I'm sharing a great
He
moment in
looked out
Guam
over
history. You're
he
the
looked
one.
out over the crowd and he was like, "I did not have sexual relations with that woman."
What is in your coffee today?
Good.
Shows you how the tables have turned because normally you're asking me and you're like, "What the hell did you take this morning?"
Right on. Well, it's Friday. Man, it's Friday, guys.
May I ask, did you partake of a particular
Did I put some weed in my coffee?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
I do have some Hoffaday honey in here. though.
Maybe you should to kind of like come down a little bit.
Okay. All right, Jay. Thanks for that. Try and get excited for you guys, and I just get stamped on. Calm down, they say. Hey, good morning, everyone. Let's go ahead and get into it, Jay. From the KUAM News team, sitting in for Sabrina Salas-Mantonani, who's on leave. Hey, ladies, get ready for the one and only tall, not so dark and handsome, Jason Solis. Good morning, Jason.
Okay, well, for those of you who remain watching, I guess after that, thanks for your visual patronage. And in the news today, 6 new cases of COVID-19 were identified out of 616 tests performed Wednesday. 4 of those cases were identified through contact tracing, and there have been over 8,300 officially reported cases since last March. 79 of your fellow Guamanians are currently in active isolation. The CAR score for the second straight day is 0.6. Now, there are vaccination clinics being held today and tomorrow in Manila over at the University of Guam at the Calvo Fieldhouse and up here in the northern part of the island at the Micronesia Mall in Dedido and at Ukudu High School. You can visit KUM.com to see how you can book your appointment to get your shot. And remember, folks, you do need to be inoculated to be eligible to win $10,000 or a new car in GVB's Vax to Win campaign, with winners announced every Wednesday leading up until Liberation Day, of course, on July 21st. Best of luck to all of you. In other news, attorney Jay Arreola has been designated as defense counsel for Matthew Matabusin after at least 3 attorneys withdrew from the case. Matabusin is charged with the April shooting death of Joshua Meno, whose body was found along Swamp Road in Dedido. He's been charged with a pair of counts of murder as a felony, 1 count of second-degree felony aggravated assault, and various weapons charges. Jury selection is slated for next month. Let's go back to the newsroom now, where our Tyler Matanani is standing by with what else is making headlines on this Friday morning.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Buenos and half a day, everyone. I'm Tyler Matanani with your headlines here on The Link. Representatives from just about every major business organization got together Thursday for an economic forum on the reopening of the local economy and especially reviving the mostly dormant tourism industry. Here's more.
On the agenda was reopening tourism, vaccine tourism, and the essential tools needed by businesses to operate in a new safety-first tourism environment. But in response to a question from forum moderators, United Airlines executive and GVB board member Sam Shinohara said the real key to tourist travel here was clarity.
What needs to be clear to the traveling public into Guam is what are the requirements with respect to quarantine and the protocols. Those need to be clear before anybody can consider putting a package together.
He says until those are sufficiently eased, Guam will lose out to rivals like Hawaii, where all it takes is a negative PCR test to enter. Governor Leon Guerrero opened the forum. She says Guam is on track to a 100% reopening in July, but she stopped short of making any announcement. What she did announce is a plan to spend some of her American Rescue Plan money to further assist small businesses with more grants and a new employee subsidy.
We are working to incentivize the return to work so that you can be more aggressive in your hiring. The concept is this. It is designed to subsidize your new hires for 3 months so that you can get back on your feet. This way, we help businesses and get people working.
Labor Director Dave Della Sola later provided the specifics.
Those businesses will submit to us their vacancies, and we will fund 3 months, 480 hours at $9.25 an hour.
Della Sola says they expect it will result in about 5,000 to 6,000 workers hired. But to achieve that, the governor says she needs the business community to hire.
In the words of Bruno Mars, I'ma leave the door open. Tell me that you're coming through.
Tell me that you're coming through.
The governor, obviously a Bruno fan. The Guam Recovery Task Force is hard at work to rebuild tourism with hopes of reaching herd immunity by Liberation Day on July 21st. However, there are some issues the task force needs to work around. One in particular is the 2-hour-long COVID-19 screening process for arrivals at the airport. At the latest meeting, task force chairman Sam Shinohara called attention to the general process and the lengthy wait.
Talking about United, but just in general, that peak afternoon bank when everybody wants to arrive, that arrivals process, if it's not streamlined, is going to create havoc for us.
Also discussed by task force members was a digital processing system to include individual QR codes to shorten the time frame for visitors. During the meeting, Dr. Michael Cruz informed that roughly 72% of the adult population is fully vaccinated. In order to reach herd immunity, the island must reach an 80% vaccination rate. GVB President Carl Gutierrez and other members believe the rate could be reached by June 30th. Subsequently, a final decision on the proposed $1.6 million tourism incentive program could be announced. Just minutes prior to the informational hearing on Bill 112, co-sponsor Vice Speaker Tina Munoz Barnes withdrew her support on the measure. Barnes stating that she is listening to the island's medical community and standing with their opposition to the legislature. KUAM's Adriana Cotero reports.
Senator Tina Munoz Barnes.
The intent of Bill 112 is to make arbitration on Guam more accessible and replace the Medical Malpractice Mandatory Arbitration Law, also known as MMMA. The prime sponsor of the bill, Speaker Therese Terlahi, who introduced the legislation with the assistance of various senators as co-sponsors. However, one senator is backing out.
I'd like to note for the record that Senator Tina Rose Munoz Barnes has sent me a letter prior to this hearing, just minutes prior, asking to be removed as sponsor.
Vice Speaker Tina Munoz Barnes sent a letter to Terlahi right before the first of a series of hearings on the bill. Barnes stating, quote, based on previous conversations, I supported Bill 112-36 because I was informed by you that you spoke to our island's medical community. However, I have received multiple calls from members of the medical community to the contrary, unquote. Due to these disagreements between doctors, Barnes is disagreeing with lawmakers on the matter. Barnes adds that she has also heard from patients who express concerns with the bill. She says, quote, throughout the pandemic, we have emphasized that doctors should not choose who lives and who dies. However, with Bill 112-36, this is a choice they will have to make. For these reasons, I cannot, in good conscience, jeopardize the health and well-being of the people of Guam, unquote. Speaker Terlahi opened Wednesday evening's hearing, stating that the bill is a product of numerous informational hearings on the current MMMA law that took place last term.
After oversights of the medical licensing boards and other health boards, and careful review of NCSL's analysis of malpractice laws in other jurisdictions. In drafting the bill, we looked at a way to mitigate the cost of arbitration in order to remove a huge barrier for working class and indigent patients who currently can't afford the estimated $50,000 needed for arbitration fees, filing fees, and arbitrators' fees and other costs, and the other $50,000 if they proceed to trial beyond arbitration.
Terlahi says Bill 112 does not make patients win these cases. It gives no preference and simply allows them to seek justice through the legal system. She adds that the measure continues the current policy in Guam law to provide a screening process to protect doctors from frivolous lawsuits.
The screening process can be arbitration as agreed by the parties, mediation, or if no agreement otherwise, then the case will be screened by a magistrate judge before it is allowed to go to a trial with a jury.
In her withdrawal statement, Barnes attached letters of opposition from medical professionals urging lawmakers to not repeal the current arbitration law. Further public hearings on the bill are slated for Wednesday, July 7th and Monday, July 12th from 5 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Adriana Cotero.
That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matanani.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
All right, thanks a lot, Ty. Let's go to education headlines now, as it appears that attendance is not an issue for GDOE's summer school program. When summer school registrations first opened, it was quite slow, you may recall. But now, some 6,500 participants are currently attending the summer school initiative. There are 3,376 elementary school students, 959 middle schoolers, and 2,168 high school students. Elementary and middle school summer school programs are scheduled to end on the 16th of July, with high school wrapping up on July 22nd. Now, this is the first time GDOE is offering high school students 4 sessions, which allows those students to earn up to 2 full credits. Staying with education, another break-in occurred Tuesday evening at the home of the Wildcats over in Barrigada. Isaiah Uggan was on the scene and shows you what happened at Untalan Middle School.
Thieves strike again for the 5th time this year at LP Untalan Middle School. Principal Agnes Guerrero pleads with the community to report any suspicious activity to the Guam Police Department to ensure the school facilities are protected.
I do request, for all other residents on the island passing through Untalan, if you see anything suspicious, please be vigilant and report that to proper authorities. And I just want to leave with the community that it's not just the school itself that's going to be responsible. It's a community effort, not just Barrigada, but the island itself.
Guerrero said that as staff was surveilling the campus Wednesday morning, they discovered that one of the classrooms was broken into through a window.
Actually, prying open a secured reinforced shutter that was intended to be that way. And so they managed to break through the shutter and break the window and enter the classroom.
Right now, school personnel are still searching for items stolen, but so far had discovered snacks, equipment valued at $300, and some personal items of the teacher were taken. It seems to be a never-ending issue as Guerrero shares how these break-ins impact her staff, and most importantly, the students.
We feel very, saddened that this had occurred. It's still occurring. Our children having this school as a safe place to come to, our facility, and experiencing something like that, just brings a lot of, unfortunate emotions and sadness to our day. I mean, it's not going to bring us down, but it definitely has impacted us.
Guerrero added that she doesn't know anyone who would do such a thing and what their motive was. As previously reported, GDOE Superintendent John Fernandez says they have a couple of initiatives underway internally to address the situation. Reporting for Guam's News Network, Guahusi Isaiah Uggan.
Good job, Isaiah. Thanks for that report. Let's go to national headlines now. As a story that is making its way all around the country is that the FDA says it will add a warning to 2 of the most popular coronavirus vaccines after government scientists found a likely connection between the shots and rare types of heart inflammation in young people.
Tonight, the FDA is adding a warning to Pfizer and Moderna vaccines, as the CDC advisory panel is confirming a link between the vaccines and rare cases of heart inflammation in teens and young adults. The CDC tracked more than 1,200 cases, most occurring after the second dose, more linked to Pfizer and the vast share in males aged 24 or younger.
I woke up at 2 a.m. with chest pain.
16-year-old Noah Hires was rushed to the hospital just 2 days after receiving his second dose.
I was terrified. As we were driving there and Noah said, "Mom, it's getting worse and these chest pains are really terrible," I was just praying.
Symptoms of myocarditis include chest pains, heart palpitations, and shortness of breath. But a new CDC report estimates the vaccines could prevent 5,700 COVID cases among 12 to 17-year-old boys and as many as 215 hospitalizations. The benefits still clearly outweigh the risks.
This experience was much better than getting COVID and much lower risk of anything long-lasting occurring.
The Delta variant and vaccine hesitancy continue to drive new COVID cases. Tonight, Missouri with the highest rate in the nation, just 1 in 4 adults fully vaccinated in some areas.
It seems to be dive bombing everybody.
Louis Michael and his wife Patty, both unvaccinated, are both now recovering in a region where COVID patients in the ICU are up nearly 300% in the last month.
Get this shot now and bypass what we've been through the last 2 weeks, because you feel like you're going to die. It's horrible.
Dr. Terrence Coulter says most of his new COVID patients are young.
I was hoping for a good summer, and we're just planning for a rough summer.
Dr. Coulter told me another concern of his here is the upcoming busy tourist season in nearby Branson. Water parks and shows will all be filled. He's worried that could lead to super spreader events, which in turn could flood the hospitals. Omar Villafranca, CBS News, Springfield, Missouri.
Let's get you caught up on what's happening back here on home in Chamorro with your Chamorro News Update with Uncle King Conception and sponsored by the friendly folks at First Hawaiian Bank.
Buenos updates to get some to the Chamorro ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familia Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Mafatututu ni adde di Guam Recovery Task Force para mababadunay tourism to mahago Guam na di herd immunity antes pergi 21 gi Hulyo Liberation Day. Lugar mas problema debido maregla finena. Uno sa tinaka 2 oras. Azirin konosing COVID-19 gi airport para zaman mafatumagi na bisita gi islata. Gimapos na meeting imaga si Task Force sa San Shinohara. Amisaya este na problema sa ilagnya sa jangin matutati activad tourism. The taiguini na klasen sinisedi, no pero manangga taiguini na inamam, jangin man matung kantidad na pasahero gyumbiaya gi airport, man salonson it siyempre. Yoto ni madiskuti ni Task Force sa digital processing system, no sumana QR code siya, pero ninalat sa di kinano ST para bisitata. Gimit ng linya si Dr. Michael Cruz, na kasi 62% gipopulasyon na daw guinig sa isla sa esta kabali sa binikunan niya. Para tahago herd immunity, ta nesesita na kahulo adzo gi 80% gipopulasyon. Represente ni GVB si Carl Gutierrez ang orto siya na member ni task force sa mahong ginatahago adzo na kwenta gidya 30 Hunyo. Dahil suto mo sa desisyon, yan si mapropopose ni 1.6 milyon pesos para tourism incentive na programa sa humaanunsya. Gimas, man ma-award government tungguhan gin ni Interior Department 3.3 milyon pesos para manasabi para 17 na tsotso para iyahan sa gobernamento, non-profit na organisasyon siya, dan sa ganing edukasyon siya. Ilang yung magahaga lulyang gawin na estinas lapi sa naduda differentes klase ni napunta para minaulik. Palo ni po maresibe estinas sa lapi sa Guam Power Authority para Comprehensive Security Plan for Guam's Critical Energy Infrastructure, library para mana mas adelanto yung niya software, revenue and tax ni para ma-train official revenue gi collection na ramas sa ni airport para yung niya financial management system. Sa gimalago nun di kabalas na lista ni para manain estinas lapi halong gi KUAM.com. Giasunto ni Kotti, Yabagaw Jerry Ola sa madesegna nagwita pero defende si Matthew Manibusan. Anay treses na nabagaw malagno siya gawin na kausa. Matsaki sa Manibusan, 2 kwenta na mamuno no primer grado na felony, 1 kwenta na aggravated assault no segundo grado na felony, dan diferentes klase ni natsaki pud atmas, pero di finaytay mapaki si Joshua Meno, no masoda tatutani gi kanto ni Swam Road gita dededo gi abrid na mes. Sigon nila gwini gita guahan, kumugwa maatsaki pud primer grado na felony, mamirese maski uno na abagaw. Paraguay hearing di Lunes para makonfirma ko si Arriola at orto siya na abagaw sa sina marepresenta si Manibusan. Pero maadsi ki member ni jury para ito na trial si Manibusan gidya 20 gihulyo. Mas ganin ni Kotti, gidurantin status hearing ginikab gi Superior Court abagaw niya si Joyner Sked sa manaligaw resolusyon ni pa ma-release si Sked ginidson niya misdemeanor na kausa. Yung gobernamento sa Timalago ng Matsogo ST, yung lugar para masustene si Sked, pero makredito para itempon niya gitribunal, yotro na kausa ni makonsisige pod felony. Depende yung mazong niya ikausan felony, sina ma-preba ni Kotti, emotion para ma-release. Si Sked dan si Rudy Kinata sa mga Tsalkidos, pod maan niya pas mapuno iginin mahod umatak si Daniel Sanchez. Ito na trial si Sked sa paredia 3 September. Yuto mo, matay ginigapig ng Presidenteng Pilipinas si Benigno Nonoy Aquino III, anay makonni para hospital, sigon report Median Filipinas. Timanunsya tayo mano na matay si Aquino, parafat sinod niya. Si Aquino sa 61 anyos na edad, the Presidente desde 2010 hasta 2016 na tempo. Lain naging ni Presidente ni Filipinas lokwi si Corazon Aquino, dyan ni Maseno na nataw-taw si Senador Benigno Aquino Jr. Ginigizagwahan ni Vice Speaker dyan ni Umiluluy Regional Affairs na Komiteya si Senadora Tina Muna Barnes, manay statemento na espresay pininitin niya para pamilya na Aquino. Ilang na naigwisa si Aquino Presidente, gwisa responsable para mastadig na minasgo economy ng Filipinas desde 1990 na sakan. Ilang nagwahan sa agatsungi tato Filipinas, ginanda nilinaalan niya dyan ni memoras niya si Aquino. Para Guam News Network, Gausikin Conception. Yasunto ifinut sa muro sa presenta sa ninafato ni Familiang Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Darrow, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
Okay, guys, my friends, it is the end of the week, so that means we have a whole 7-day period of Island Athletics to get to. Our guy Dave Delgado has your breakdown of everything that happened in the world of local sports with SportsLink.
SportsLink brought to you each week by Pure Alkaline Water, Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
Champions versus champions. It's about to go down this Friday at the Ukudu Gym. The GDOE ISA Boys Volleyball Champs, Tees and High, and the IIAG champions, FD, will get a chance to square off against each other for all the bragging rights.
It's going to be very entertaining for those who are able to watch the game. And, kudos to the ADs of Tees and High School and FD. And also, of course, we can't forget our really great support from Ukudu High School. Without Ukudu stepping on, getting on board with this, we wouldn't have a neutral site to play at.
Teason defeated the Ukudu Bulldogs 21-25, 25-20, 25-23, 25-19 for the 2021 ISA Boys title. The championship was the school's first for volleyball. With only one senior on the team, the championship core is still intact, looking forward to this Friday's big showdown.
Talking about expectations with my team, it's a lot higher than before when we were challenging just public schools, because this is FD, the championships of multiple years and everything. So I have a higher expectation, and they should have a higher expectation for themselves too.
Me and the boys are very excited to going against another champion school, and we're just very thankful that it's able to happen, and we're just excited for it.
FD took home the IIAAG title after taking care of the Harvest Eagles in 3 straight sets. FD was crowned champions with the 25-17, 25-13, 25-18 win. The Friars are also looking forward to this Friday's game, since they weren't able to play any public schools throughout the season.
We didn't get to play any of the public schools this year, which is a little sad. Still grateful we got a season, but yeah, we've been kind of hungering, kind of seeing, or wondering who would take the cake. We're all very excited for this. We're into it. Guys are showing up even though school's already done, which shows just how dedicated we are, and yeah, pretty hyped going into this.
Me and my team are really excited and are preparing for this game, so it really means a lot for us to be able to play against public school since we didn't get the chance to in the regular season. Honestly, I just want to have fun, win or lose. It's going to be a good game.
I think both of our outsides on both of our teams are pretty good, so I think that's a good matchup. And we have middles on each team that are pretty good too. Just gotta get our serves in and our passes up, and everything will fall into place. We might win.
Team Supreme and Team Elite laced up for the 6th annual Wendy's Boys High School All-Star Game at the FD Phoenix Center. John McCaldo with the answer. Top of the key, yes sir, count that for 3. Both squads going bucket for bucket. Daryl Robles, short jumper, falls for 2 points. Kyler Aflahi going to the rack for the finish. Back the opposite way, Jeremiah Kentucky sees an opening and gets in for the score, going glass for the lay-in. Josiah Quintanilla showing his range. Pull up 3, Drano all net from the outside. Jeff Labanza with the assist from Carl Vinca gets the bounce off another deep ball. Dudes were making it rain at the Phoenix Center. Justin Arjona getting in on the action. Labanza was the plug with the assist. Fans enjoying the high-scoring game. Vinca going to work inside. Spin move to get the shot to go over the defender. Nate Carrion uses his speed to get by the defense for the scoop shot. High off the backboard. Cruz to Jeremiah David for another long-range score. David with the pass to Bryce Chargaloff, chilling down low. Chargaloff with the easy deuce. Team Supreme picked up the win 103-102. Xander Sanchez with the last bucket. Assist here from Jacob Miranda. Shout out to the refs for their contributions to the sporting community. Let's check out some Pacific Industry Basketball League highlights from the Guam Sports Complex. Imperials and MBI. Aljarel Grappe with the pass off the steal, goes right at the defender for the score. Imperials attacking the basket early. Ike Gan put up 23 points for MBI. Mr. International Chris Connor straight off the trip from Amon Jordan. Hits from the outside. Team Guam in the house. MBI played the game with only 5 players. Gan with the bucket inside the paint. Grappe misses the corner 3. Dave Sardoma was posted up. Right place, right time. Put back by Sardoma is good. Jonathan Mitra finished the game with 8 points. Hook shot left side of the baseline off glass is money. Imperials got the win 73-36. Rodson Samina cleaning up around the glass with the follow-up. He put up 12 points in the win. The 2020 Summer Olympics Games is a month away and will be held in Tokyo, Japan from July 28th through August 8th. An estimated 205 nations and over 11,000 athletes are set to compete in Tokyo. This year's motto is United by Emotion. Opening ceremonies will be held at the Japan National Stadium. Japan was selected to host the Olympic Games in 2013. Japan last hosted the Summer Olympic Games in 1964. New to this year's games will be 3-on-3 basketball, freestyle BMX, Madison cycling, karate, sport climbing, surfing, and skateboarding. Guidelines for the games include COVID testing before departure and upon arrival in Japan. Athletes and support staff will also have to avoid interacting with locals and stay in bubbles. COVID testing will be done daily for all participants. You can catch this year's opening ceremonies live Friday, July 23rd at 9 p.m. on KUAM TV8.
When I found out it was when I started hearing that it was a split decision to begin with, I was thinking in my head, I was like, oh man, I'm about to only win by a split decision. I thought it would be unanimous. But yeah, man, it really threw me off when he got the split decision thing. So definitely was definitely shocked at that.
How confident were you were going to get the decision?
I'll be honest, I wasn't super confident. I thought I worked really hard, but I wasn't sure because of the cage control. Sometimes I think maybe he had me on the wall more, and then when I did have him on the wall, he was punching me in the face.
I heard him say he felt like he got beat up, They even asked him about going for the takedown so often. And he said he went to it because he felt like he was getting, like he was, like I was winning in the stand-up. So, yeah, again, that surprised me too, felt like he knew it maybe, but I guess he was fortunate to get the decision. He had messaged me on Instagram, just thanking me for the fight and stuff. He's a real nice guy. And although I thought I won, and it's nothing to take away from him at all, man. He's a tough guy. If that's one thing I can definitely give credit for, he's tough, man. He took a lot of shots,
Roki is currently in Seattle, Washington, waiting to hear from the UFC. He's getting in some light runs and will be taking care of some medical checkups, taking some time off to relax and regroup after a tough fight.
It's just tough, man. I know that even though it was close or I thought I should have won, it's just at the end of the day, that's 3 losses in a row, so that's just something that's hard to look past, but I guess we just got to wait and see, tough position to be in, that's for sure. I think at the end of the day, too, it was still a pretty good fight, for a heavyweight fight. It was a lot of strikes thrown. I saw that I threw 309 strikes, so he threw over 200. So obviously it was a pretty good fight. And I think we appreciate that we gave each other a good fight.
Glorified Sparring 7 goes down at Steel Athletics in Samuning. There will be a boxing, kickboxing, MMA, and a jiu-jitsu match for fans to enjoy.
Yeah, so we're really excited to get started again. That whole year and a half with COVID, being able to throw another Glorified Sparring, see all the MMA fighters showing their interest throughout the year. It's just great to get back to doing what we are meant to be doing.
Doors for the event open at 6 p.m. with fights scheduled to start at 7.
It was crazy because we told everybody to hold off on buying tickets. We're going to put tickets on sale on Monday, and 3 hours later, after announcing that, we sold out. So it was really awesome to see the community come together to watch their fighters, to support. It's just really awesome to be able to have a live event with fighters, with fans, so we can give back to the community.
Funds raised will go towards another great cause. JJ and the staff at Steel Athletics continue to give back to the community in many ways. This time around, the monies will go to a family coping with the tragedy.
Every time we have a Glorified Sparring, we try to donate to a worthy cause in the community to help Guam. 4 weeks ago, we had no idea who we were going to give the money to. And then a few weeks ago, some unfortunate news came our way. All proceeds from Glorified Sparring are going to the Pareto family. They had an unfortunate death a few weeks ago. I think domestic violence is one of those things that you hear a lot about in the news, and we just want to help the family any way we can. I know that funeral expenses are expensive, so we just want to help them out in any way we can.
If you aren't able to watch the event in person, don't worry. The stations of KUAM got you covered. Glorified Sparring 7 will be streamed live at 7 p.m. on the KUAM News Facebook page.
Being able to team up with KUAM is so awesome. Unfortunately, we weren't able to sell as many tickets as we would like to. With DPHSS ruling, we could only have 100 spectators in the gym at one time. So with KUAM, we're going to be able to stream it on a professional level. So not only will our fight fans be able to see the event live, we'll also be able to reach more people so that the fighters get more exposure and possibly get fights off island.
Sports Link, brought to you each week by Pure Alkaline Water, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape.
All right, everybody, Sports Link right here on the link is brought to you by Marianas Irrigation and Landscape. We want to tell you about our friends over at Marianas Irrigation and Landscape real quick. They are your Shindaiwa and Echo Superstore, offering everyday low prices on bush cutters, chainsaws, power washers, generators, and much more. They also offer maintenance and repair services. You can visit Marianas Irrigation and Landscape over in Barrigada. Good people there. Along Army Drive between Submarina and Bestamart. You can also call them at 735-7446. That's 735-7446 for more information. And they are shipping to the surrounding islands. So our friends at Marianas Irrigation and Landscape supporting the entire CNMI with their very fine products. And we thank them for supporting us right here on the link, which will return right after these messages.
Our World War II survivors have endured more sacrifice, suffering, fear, hope, and perseverance than we can ever imagine. Their stories have been passed down from generation to generation and have become a central part of the legacies and histories of our families. As we commemorate our 77th annual liberation, we invite you to share these stories and special memories as we present My Liberation Hero. During the month of July, KUAM will feature these tributes on KUAM News as well as on our digital platforms. We ask that you start your video or written submissions with the phrase, My Liberation Hero is. And please submit pictures of your heroes if you have them. Send your emails to liberation@kuam.com. And let's give everyone a chance to reflect and remember these special times and people in our history. Happy 77th Liberation Day, Guam.
Brought to you by Coast 360 Federal Credit Union, Ordot Dental Clinic, and Vince Jewelers.
KUAM News, in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau, brings you the Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase. Look out for this powerful symbol for visitors, island residents, and industry workers alike, as it represents establishments with a consistent global commitment to safety practices. Stamped with approval by the Guam Visitors Bureau and the World Travel Tourism Council. Every Monday on KUAM News will feature a different local business who's taken the Safe Guam and Safe Travels pledge to maintain health and safety standards to get Guam back on track. Log on to visitguam.com to see how your business can receive the designation, what businesses in our community are Guam Safe certified, and have the WTTC Safe Travel certified.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
Family platter of fried chicken? Check. Tray of red rice? Check. Birthday cake? Check. 1 case of water? Check. 12-pack of beer? Check. 2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC. After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
As a reporter, I often ask people what compelled them to get the COVID-19 vaccine. For me, someone who's lived through coronavirus, I can't help but fear the idea of possibly infecting others, unknowingly passing it along to someone with a lesser immune system, someone's mother, father, grandparent, or someone who wouldn't be as blessed to suffer only minor symptoms. When I contracted COVID, that is what weighed most on my heart and mind, and that's why I did everything in my power to prevent this from happening, by following public health protocols. And now I am doing the same thing, being mindful my decisions, choices, and actions don't only affect me, but the entire nation. So I chose to get vaccinated, simply to protect others. My name is Adriana Cotero. I'm a KUAM News reporter and anchor, and a proud member of the Vaccine Nation.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Brought to you by American Medical Center, your partner in healthcare.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Help us celebrate the class of 2021. KUAM wants to help you celebrate this touchstone moment in the lives of your graduates. For the months of May and June, we will flood the social media pages of KUAM with photos and well wishes for the class of 2021 grads. Log on to KUAM.com to submit photos and brief messages or captions. Then look for your special grad on KUAM Instagram and the Facebook pages. From all of your friends here at KUAM, congratulations, seniors!
Ekangok ega zan edza kifinut samoro giasuntun samoro kada dia gi KUAM News. Gatsa gi idaling na programa gi alas 8 gi egan gi esla tomorrow streaming radio pedi KUAM News YouTube na channel para linabian facilidad mizu. Malata fanita para mas información mientras la diligencia y sin preciosa na kulturata entry sesultan na setbi kada dia y lengguahe natibo ni Itzamoro. Y asunto gi finut samoro sa ni nafafatu dan penalinunudzi ni familia mizu gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Pure Alkaline Water and Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
Make sure you're connected. The writing's on the wall. 'Cause if your mind's neglected, stumble you might fall,
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
To the Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Hey, 733. Shabby, the son of the late great Wakungo there with Utangahao. Good morning, 733. It's Friday. Friday, woohoo! Sunny, beautiful Friday morning right here on the link. Just trying to give you the best show possible every day. Sabrina Salas-Mantanani on leave. Jason Salas.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning, my friend. Let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room where they're fresh off a meeting last night. We have the Executive Director of the Guam Ethics Commission, Mr. Jesse Kenga. Good morning, Jess.
Alpha-day. Good morning, Chris, and good morning, Jason.
Good morning. Buenas.
Feeling that shirt, bro?
Thank you. I feel yours, too. If it comes in my size, I think I want to get one.
Old Navy, $9. Boom. What? Yeah, but Jason has one exactly like it.
Yeah, actually, on several occasions, Chris and I never planned this. We've actually worn that, and then we used the same hashtag on Instagram. We put same shirt Tuesday. Totally not planned.
We need to get into a same shirt marriage. 734. So anyway, yeah, they had a meeting yesterday at the Guam Ethics Commission, and Jess, if we could kind of unpack some of the takeaways from that meeting yesterday.
Absolutely. Yeah, the commission met yesterday for a pretty good meeting. There were a lot of things that were on the agenda to be discussed, and I can kind of start from the beginning. So first, the commission wanted to hear updates with the team as to how soon we are going to have our office open. We were able to see that GSA issued the purchase order to GCIC management on Wednesday. Right now, we're just waiting for management to come back to us with the term lease for us to sign and then proceed with moving in, hopefully on Monday. Come Monday, though, we're going to have to work on some other infrastructure needs. Ideally, we're going to need furniture, places for us to work and to sit. And then, getting the internet and the phone services connected so that individuals then have an outlet to call someone and talk to us about, some of the things that they have on their mind or maybe even their ethics complaint. But it is progress, and we're really excited that that has been achieved. And we're hoping that relatively soon we'll have an actual location, and would like to invite, maybe the link wants to do link on location with us at our first office.
Wow.
And we can probably set something up, right?
I don't know, because I think ethically you probably wouldn't be able to give us snacks or, where they go. No refreshments, guys. That's not ethical.
Chris, I think that as long as the snacks isn't just for you, if it's open and anyone can, reach for it.
Yeah.
What is more ethical on Guam and in Chamorro culture than offering somebody food?
It would
if
be
they're
unethical
visiting?
if you didn't have it, right?
Yeah.
I'll bring you some of the empanada from Janet here at Santa Rita. I think you'll like that, unless you're more of a pastry guy, and then I'll bring you Pops.
No,
but
I
if
like,
you're keto, I don't know if they have keto stuff at Pops Bakery.
Yeah, look at me, bro. I'm not keto. I'll take the empanada. Right on.
Okay.
So yeah,
after that
does sound good. Link on location, Jess. Let's arrange that offline. Okay, go ahead.
Great, great. And one of the other things that was assigned to me at the last meeting was for us to secure our legal services. And I'd like to just publicly announce now, we did publish a request for information on Tuesday on the paper. It'll be published again on Monday. And we're probably going to use that notices.guam.gov website to just share information. We're looking for any licensed attorney or firm who's interested in providing legal services to the Guam Ethics Commission to email us at ethics@vma.guam.gov and express their interest, and we'll provide more information about that. We're hoping that we can secure services come July, so it'll essentially meet up around the time that we plan to hear the first complaints and help walk us through those procedures. So again, if anyone you know, or if you yourself are interested in just expressing that to the Ethics Commission, we'd love to hear from you. Primarily, we want to hear from groups who aren't already contracted with the government of Guam, because it'd be difficult to represent two different parties if maybe at a time they're conflicted with each other. But otherwise, reach out to our office so that we can hear from you and try to get that included as part of the proposals we're collecting.
And so when you talked about being able to receive those first complaints, have we kind of nailed down what the actual process will be for filing?
We have. So the team's already done their part in preparing the policy and what that process will look like. So we presented that with the board yesterday. They had their first reading, and they're probably going to meet in 2 weeks' time for a special meeting to help facilitate that to the next step, which is approval. And a lot of this, of course, is being digested. We try as best we can to capture as much as we can. But ideally, we'd like to have something in place, at least in the interim. And really, we can't say for certain what type of complaints are going to come up or what that process will look like until we actually do receive them. So there is an expectation that some of this is going to be learn as we go. But if we have at least something in place and to go through that process and iron out any gaps that we identify, that would be ideal. So the commissioners have had the policy with them. We're hoping again to have a commission meeting for another reading, maybe in 2 weeks. And then maybe at that time, the commission can then decide and act on approving it, which will allow for us to then move forward. But Chris, I do hear also from the commissioners, there are many of them who have advised me that they really want to hit the ground running with the training aspect, advising our community, particularly in the government of Guam, on the do's and don'ts. And they recognize that perhaps most of the complaints that will go through are because individuals simply don't know better or aren't aware. And we want to eliminate that from being an excuse after they've gone through some level of training and acknowledge that, hey, these are the standards that we hold government employees to. And we hope that you follow that. And if you don't, then the commission will have, opportunity and the ground to decide if you did something wrong and what to do to correct it.
So for those people who would file complaints, what type of information would they be required to give of themselves?
Right. So the law provides that these individuals will need to give statements on who is accused, what was the circumstances, and what they believe they've violated. Granted, they wouldn't have to determine that all on their own. We're building within the policy mechanisms for the team to engage with these persons in our community to start that process from beginning to end. And part of that will be interviewing. The team will have to sit down and collect the facts, put that on a form that's approved by the commission, and then have a second meeting to read through and allow them the opportunity to then decide, does this capture everything that you are trying to write in your complaint, or do we need to add more, etc.? And that will be the process from the side of the person filing the complaint. There's a different process after, which takes us to two types of hearings. We expect that, like the Civil Service Commission, we'll have something that they call a status hearing. We're calling it a procedural hearing, and that's what we're proposing. This is where the commission will hear the facts initially, what was collected and what we're able to confirm or not confirm, and they would make the decision from there to decide, based on the information available, will they proceed with a full hearing where they get the merits and the defense from the accused, or is there no matter to be discussed and they dismiss it? So if it's dismissed, it's dismissed. It doesn't move beyond that. If after the procedural hearing, the commissioners believe that, well, there's probably something we don't quite understand yet, we want more information, or that they want the full hearing, they can vote to proceed to what we're describing as an administrative hearing. It will take 5 votes for the commissioners to move a case towards administrative hearing. This is already included in Guam law. And then at the administrative hearing is what you would typically expect in a court system, where the plaintiff will present the facts of the investigation, and of course the defendant or the accused will have the opportunity to respond to those accusations or questions or to clarify.
And I'm pretty sure you guys are going to be doing a lot of that clarification, right? But let me give you a hypothetical situation, right? So let's say you have Senator X, and Senator X has a family member who owns a company that is going to be impacted, maybe positively, by a piece of legislation that Senator X is actively participating in the debate on. I guess just ethically, what type of issues would you have with something like that?
So one of the things I imagine we're going to have to explore is currently in statute Title 4, Chapter 15, it spells out the code of conduct for public officials. And it would be really having to identify if any of those code of conducts have been violated based on their action. But I'm thankful that I'm not the decision maker in that regard.
Yeah.
It's the commissioners.
Of course.
We'll hear the case. My role really is to facilitate obtaining that complaint, putting it on paper and presenting it to the board for them to decide. And if we do a good job in collecting all the facts as much as we can, as best we can, then I believe that the commissioners will have an easier time deciding a question like yours, if there is something that is wrong or isn't wrong.
Yeah. One thing I find interesting, Jess, is when we apply kind of these like stateside familial relation metrics to Guam families, right? And I saw this because I covered the Chamorro Land Trust, the whole scandal up at Barragata Heights, and they basically came out with, there's something in the law that the AG's legal counsel assigned to the Chamorro Land Trust was saying, talking about so many degrees of consanguinity, but that doesn't even begin to cover the relationships that we have on Guam, which sometimes, a lot of times aren't even through blood, right? So how do you guys?
I think right.
How do you kind of address
relationships?
Go ahead.
Sorry, Chris. It will be interesting. I believe the law does spell out for us what is defined as an immediate relationship with an individual, and that being their spouse, their parent, or their child. Outside of that, somehow the law doesn't capture that class of individuals. So if that's my first cousin, or if that's my auntie, or if that's my granddaughter, those levels of relationship aren't defined in Guam law, at least to my understanding. Right. Immediate family is simply those that are who gave birth to you, who were born with you, and who you gave birth to, and doesn't capture beyond that.
Doesn't capture parties for sure.
But policymakers, you have them on the show. These are things that are gaps that need to be addressed, and those are great suggestions.
Yeah, but then we run into this issue where you guys as a body, the Guam Ethics Commission, have to decide whether or not something is ethical or unethical, but you're using and applying this clearly it's a square trying to fit into our Guam relationship circle. You know what I mean? So how can we address these ethical issues, which a lot of times aren't necessarily what's legal and what's not, because, right, that's a whole different discussion. What's legal, what's not, what's ethical and unethical. Sometimes things that are unethical could be legal.
And well, Chris, there's also instances that you don't have to be related to someone but still commit a violation, ethical violation.
Yeah.
I think if there is favor that is curried, that you personally have the authority to give, and you do give to someone that you know or somehow will support you back, there's reciprocity or expectation for reciprocity, then that will be a violation. So absent the definition of anyone's family beyond their immediate, I think there is still ground to find if there is cause and how do we investigate that. So it's just about getting those complaints in. I think going back to our original point, when we do have the commissioners comfortable and agreeing to open up this process, that will allow for myself and the rest of the team to go out and gather that information, present the best case, and hopefully for the benefit of the community as well, they'll get to hear the background and what we're able to paint as far as the clearest picture. And then they will decide whether or not they agree with the decision of the commission or not with what they vote on.
Wow. This is it's going to be fun.
It will be. And, you know, I went back to the law to find out if in the event there is a conviction, you know, what is the recourse of the commission? Is it that we impose a fine? How do we address certain issues? So the law really offers 3 solutions to a conviction. First, if it's a criminal conviction, then we would forward that to the Attorney General's office and they would handle that from there. If we're dealing with an issue for a terminated or separated employee, which is an individual who was accused, was an employee, but no longer with the government, the commission really only has the opportunity to write and publicly express their opinion that this individual committed the action, which is a violation of the Code of Ethics. If the individual is an employee, then the only recourse that the commission has beyond a conviction is to put the case file together, write the conviction narrative, and then to send that to the agency that they're employed with. So really the ownership and the responsibility after the conviction is with management and with those respective agencies to take it beyond the commission itself. We're simply here to help discover facts and come up with an opinion whether or not there was a violation. And after that, we hope that these other entities that have responsibility will go further once there is a conviction.
What would the jurisdiction be? For example, let me just give you another hypothetical. What if someone who, or what if someone had filed a complaint and basically just copy-pasted all the information that is working its way through Congress with, for example, the congressman, right, who's currently under a House ethics investigation. So if someone was to just copy paste that, and when you guys are accepting complaints, like give it over to you guys, would that be under your jurisdiction, or because he's a member of Congress, is it kind of out of your lane? I don't know.
For that case, it would count because they are an elected official for the government of Guam. They are running in a federal election. So we can at least conduct the process of discovering facts and putting a case together and writing a narrative and ultimately coming out with the decision if the commissioners in place in the board right now agree that there was a violation or disagree and dismiss the case. What happens after that, I think, Chris, is the real question. Is once the commission makes a decision, whatever decision that be, we just release that to the public, and it's up to those responsible to then act on it following the decision by the commission.
We had a comment here, and you kind of talked about this a little bit earlier. Are the do's and don'ts given to employees during orientation? Yeah, so what type of ethics training do these government employees already receive? Because I know you had said that you didn't want it to be where someone files a complaint and then the response was, oh, I didn't know that's against the law.
To the first question about where they would receive this information, typically in orientation, new employees to the government would be informed about the personnel rules and regulations. And this, of course, is the Bible, things that you're allowed to do. It gives you benefits like, what's the holiday pay, what is annual leave, what is sick leave, and the process for increments thereafter. One of the first chapters, I believe it's chapter 3, talks about code of conduct, and it spells more than 10 specific items that employees shall and employees shall not behave in certain ways. And so for us, do employees know? Ideally, we'd like to believe that yes, it is in your packet, and you can always visit your human resources department to say, can I have a copy of the personnel rules and regulations? This is the same document that is used with Civil Service Commission. Whenever there are adverse actions that are filed, they reference that to see if they follow the procedure. And I would encourage employees who are unaware, maybe they want to revisit that and just read really quickly. It's just 10 sentences or a few more about what is their expectation. Beyond that, the training will involve 10 specific topics, but it doesn't prohibit us from expounding on the 10. We just have to answer the 10. And there is an expectation on our side that we will talk about the code of conduct for public officials and for employees, the do's and the don'ts, to help better understand what is acceptable behavior and what's not acceptable behavior.
Right on. Tess comments in, is there a statute of limitations for complaints?
There is, that we are aware of. The current law states that complaints have to be filed within a 3-year period. And what we need to define right now is when the clock starts and when it stops. If an employee separates from the government, I believe that then the 3-year period starts. But I would need to go back to the law and get that reviewed with legal to find out if that in fact is a correct interpretation. But we know that somewhere in our statute, it does state 3 years.
But you don't have a lawyer yet.
Which one, Chris?
You don't have a lawyer yet to review that, right?
We are working on it. Right. Currently, we do have the resources of the Attorney General's office. They provide the legal services to the government, but purely because we want to have the ability to remain independent, we've gone out and searched for our own lawyer to avoid the conflict.
So, I mean, is that is kind of interesting. Is it 3 years from an alleged offense or just 3 years from when they exit? So let's say, for example, you have a government employee who retired in 2021, but there's an offense that someone submitted a complaint about that occurred in like 2010. What would just be your read on that?
We'll have to explore that. Yeah, if that's considered jurisdiction for the commission or not, and we'll have an answer for sure by the time that the process opens and complaints are going to be heard. For us on the staff level, we need to understand how to advise persons that are coming in before they get involved and engage in the entire process, that these are what we know will count, what we can move forward with. And if there are cases that we can move forward with, we can advise them, and then ultimately it'll be their decision whether to proceed or not.
Anonymous complaints, can they be submitted?
That's a challenging question. It's difficult to answer because there is a stipulation in Guam law that states that complaints have to be affirmed to their correctness. And so Guam law does provide that if any of this is untrue, if persons are just filing frivolous complaints, that we can actually go and fine them for entering false information.
Wow. That's very interesting because we just saw that recently with the legislature. There was a complaint that was circulated that they absolutely could not verify in any way, shape, or form, but the media got the complaint and reported on it, and it ended up being fake. So So that's pretty,
Oh.
pretty interesting, right?
Yeah, and
it was relative to Senator Tello, I believe.
I believe so. Yeah,
Yeah.
And we wind up dealing with this all the time because people will create, like burner or ghost like Gmail accounts, and then they'll send, send a whole bunch of, news tips, air quotes, like, to us, and it's basically like a form of trench warfare that people have. I'm not saying all of them are like that. I mean, we do get obviously like a fair number of very legitimate like news, but that is a tactic that you'll see, especially like around election time. People will use that as a form of mudslinging.
Trolling. Yeah. We had another comment here. Marcy comments in, good morning. Ethics code laws are well established and should be enforced and not reinvented.
Yeah, is your commission,
Is that
Jesse,
a
like
question?
is it
I don't know if that's a question.
Is it like something that is ever evolving or is ethics basically like a
No, but Marcy,
standard?
I mean, just going off our conversation, we only got a couple minutes left. We were just talking about what the law says about relationships on Guam. So it only covers immediate family, which is, again, Jess, mother, father,
Your parent, your sibling, and
brother,
and,
sister.
and those you give birth to. Yeah.
Right. Does not count for brother-in-law, sister-in-law, son-in-law, daughter-in-law.
It does.
Oh,
It does for
okay.
the in-laws, but
Okay.
for beyond that, if that's your cousin, your auntie,
Right.
or your grandchild, right, your child's child, I don't know if it covers those degrees. But you piqued my interest, and now I want to go back and explore. What is the language behind that?
Yeah,
it's worth understanding.
Good. So you got some homework, and we'll come back maybe next week or something.
Well, Jesse's
thanks,
always been a
Chris.
very, very good. Jesse's always been a very, very good student.
I
We
know,
that,
right?
so.
Yeah, he's gonna come back with extra answers. All right, Jess. Hey, we got to run.
And with empanada, he promised.
Yep, with Santa Rita empanada.
At my office, I didn't know if I had to travel that far to Harmon from Agate.
Now we'll
but
come. We'll come.
you
to
come
you,
back
man.
to Agate.
Yeah,
We'll be
we'll come
cool.
to you. We want it hot. Jess, thanks for your time this morning.
Thank you, Chris.
That's
Thank you,
that.
Jason, and thanks to your viewers for the opportunity to
Right on.
share this information.
Yeah.
Have a great weekend, Jess.
Take it
Always
easy.
good to see you.
Jess Kanga, the executive director of the Guam Ethics Commission. Yeah, good stuff. Good
There's
stuff.
a lot of stuff.
There's
too.
just so many ethical questions that haven't been answered by a body like that. You know what I mean?
That was a fair question to ask from the viewer. You said that was Marcy?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and it's like, okay, well, ethics were kind of set, maybe 200 years ago, and by the founding fathers, if you want to go like maybe even before that. But should that change over time?
Yeah. I mean, it should. Well, I'm just curious. There are things that we see, all kinds of ethical violations on the daily. Like you have, senators will participate in discussions on bills that, may benefit their in-laws' companies. That just happened pretty recently, and,
I mean,
and
some
no
people-
one even says anything about it.
Some people believe
It's
that
crazy.
like ethics may be like almost like a form of evolutionary biology where it changes over years, and other people may say, ethics should be considered, like the Ten Commandments.
Right. No, they do. I mean,
it
if
was
you-
formed and it doesn't
Yeah.
change.
Good points, Jay. That sounds like a good discussion for another time.
Yeah.
Because it's 8 o'clock. We'll take a quick break, and we're coming back on KUAM TV next, right here on The Link.
Join us
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information
What are the
you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Good morning, Guam, and good morning, KUAM TV. It's Friday. Woohoo, business! Ow! Ow!
Is it Gov Guam payday this week?
Huh?
Is it Gov Guam payday this week?
I don't think so.
That was last week. So.
Yeah. A day. Enjoy your Vienna sausage this weekend, guys.
Well, you know who is celebrating? Thousands and thousands and thousands of those little gnats that are flying all over the place.
Yeah. We were talking during the break, so the governor at the Economic Forum yesterday said that she's considering lifting the mask mandate, but that they would still encourage people in large crowds to wear masks. I might just keep wearing my mask because of the gnats.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys seeing these? I know they were down in Hagåtña.
Oh, they were up here too with the fitness trail over in Harmon.
Right. So you were walking, and your walk was like this, right?
And they are. Vic and I were talking yesterday. They are fearless.
Just pretend you're doing katas.
Yeah, these little creatures, they are fearless and they are stupid.
Yeah,
They
it's a
don't care.
bad,
They're
bad
gonna
combination.
They're gonna fly right into your eyeball and then die.
Yeah, that's it. Bonsai.
Yeah, like dozens of them at a time. But
Yep.
yeah, they're all over the place because we had a lot of rain earlier in the week,
Mhm.
and then a lot of people, because of that, then cut the grass, and then it got
Is this
hot
a
again. so you
scientific
got that-
explanation, Jay, or are you just making it up?
No, you always see that. You know, like when it's especially you get like a lot of muggy conditions, and especially when people cut the grass, they come out.
Okay.
And they come out in droves.
That's an understatement. Maybe we should get those UOG bug people. They're probably so excited about this. They're like, they're the only people on Guam who are loving these gnats.
I'm sure Dr. Aubrey Moore's got like our friend up at UOG's got like a couple of opinions on those things.
Right, yeah. So maybe next week we'll reach out and
Yeah.
talk to them. Hey, it's 8:02. The link is brought to you by Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, Jack in the Box. Good morning. And Pacific Points, who are proud to present our KUAM News link update right now with Jason Solis from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Jason.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Guam, and good morning, world. We hope you are all being safe and having a pleasant day, as 6 new cases of COVID-19 were identified out of 616 cases on Wednesday. 4 of those cases were identified through contact tracing, bringing the total number of reported cases on Guam to 8,316 since last March. There are 79 people currently in active isolation, and almost 8,100 people have recovered from coronavirus. The island's CAR score for the second straight day is 0.6. Now let's talk about vaccinations now, because today and tomorrow there are vaccination clinics over in Mingilau at the University of Guam Calvo Fieldhouse, and up here in Dededo at the Micronesia Mall, and over at Ukadu High School. You want to visit KUM.com to see how you can book your appointment to get your shot for you and your family. And remember, you do need to be inoculated if you want to be eligible to win $10,000 or a new car in GVB's Vax to Win campaign. Winners are announced every Wednesday leading up until Liberation Day. Of course, that is on July 21st. Good luck to each and every one of you, and thank you for keeping our community safe. In other news, Attorney Jay Arreola has been designated as defense counsel for Matthew Manabusan after at least 3 lawyers withdrew from the matter. Manabusan, as you know, has been charged with the April shooting death of Josh Meno, whose body was found along Swamp Road up in Dededo. Manabusan has been charged with a pair of counts of murder as a felony, 1 count of felony aggravated assault, and various weapons charges. Jury selection is in late July. Let's go back to the newsroom now. Tyler Metanani is standing by, and she has this morning's link update with everything that's happening around the island on this Friday morning.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Buenas and half a day, everyone. I'm Tyler Matanani with your headlines here on The Link. Representatives from just about every major business organization got together Thursday for an economic forum on the reopening of the local economy and especially reviving the mostly dormant tourism industry. Here's more.
On the agenda was reopening tourism, vaccine tourism, and the essential tools needed by businesses to operate in a new safety-first tourism environment. But in response to a question from forum moderators, United Airlines executive and GVB board member Sam Shinohara said the real key to tourist travel here was clarity.
What needs to be clear to the traveling public into Guam is what are the requirements with respect to quarantine and the protocols. Those need to be clear before anybody can consider putting a package together.
He says until those are sufficiently eased, Guam will lose out to rivals like Hawaii, where all it takes is a negative PCR test to enter. Governor Leon Guerrero opened the forum. She says Guam is on track to a 100% reopening in July, but she stopped short of making any announcement. What she did announce is a plan to spend some of her American Rescue Plan money to further assist small businesses with more grants and a new employee subsidy.
We are working to incentivize the return to work so that you can be more aggressive in your hiring. The concept is this. It is designed to subsidize your new hires for 3 months so that you can get back on your feet. This way, we help businesses and get people working.
Labor Director Dave Della Sola later provided the specifics.
Those businesses will submit to us their vacancies, and we will fund 3 months, 480 hours at $9.25 an hour.
Della Sola says they expect it will result in about 5,000 to 6,000 workers hired. But to achieve that, the governor says she needs the business community to hire.
In the words of Bruno Mars, I'm gonna leave the door open. Tell me that you're coming through. Tell me that you're coming through.
The governor, obviously a Bruno fan. The Guam Recovery Task Force is hard at work to rebuild tourism with hopes of reaching herd immunity by Liberation Day on July 21st. However, there are some issues the task force needs to work around. One in particular is the 2-hour-long COVID-19 screening process for arrivals at the airport. At the latest meeting, Task Force Chairman Sam Shinohara called attention to the general process and the lengthy wait.
Talking about United, but just in general, that peak afternoon bank when everybody wants to arrive, that arrivals process, if it's not streamlined, is going to create havoc for us.
Also discussed by task force members was a digital processing system to include individual QR codes to shorten the time frame for visitors. During the meeting, Dr. Michael Cruz informed that roughly 72% of the adult population is fully vaccinated. In order to reach herd immunity, the island must reach an 80% vaccination rate. GVB President Carl Gutierrez and other members believe the rate could be reached by June 30th. Subsequently, a final decision on the proposed $1.6 million tourism incentive program could be announced. Just minutes prior to the informational hearing on Bill 112, co-sponsor Vice Speaker Tina Muñoz Barnes withdrew her support on the measure. Barnes stating that she is listening to the island's medical community and standing with their opposition to the legislature. KUAM's Adriana Cotero reports.
Senator Tina Muñoz Barnes.
The intent of Bill 112 is to make arbitration on Guam more accessible and replace the medical malpractice mandatory arbitration law, also known as MMMA. The prime sponsor of the bill, Speaker Therese Terlahi, who introduced the legislation with the assistance of various senators as co-sponsors. However, one senator is backing out.
I'd like to note for the record that Senator Tina Rose Muñoz Barnes has sent me a letter prior to this hearing, just minutes prior, asking to be removed as sponsor.
Vice Speaker Tina Muñoz Barnes sent a letter to Terlahi right before the first of a series of hearings on the bill. Barnes stating, quote, based on previous conversations, I supported Bill 112-36 because I was informed by you that you spoke to our island's medical community. However, I have received multiple calls from members of the medical community to the contrary, unquote. Due to these disagreements between doctors, Barnes is disagreeing with lawmakers on the matter. Barnes adds that she has also heard from patients who express concerns with the bill. She says, quote, throughout the pandemic, we have emphasized that doctors should not choose who lives and who dies. However, with Bill 112-36, this is a choice they will have to make. For these reasons, I cannot, in good conscience, jeopardize the health and well-being of the people of Guam, unquote. Speaker Terlahi opened Wednesday evening's hearing, stating that the bill is a product of numerous informational hearings on the current MMMA law that took place last term.
After oversights of the medical licensing boards and other health boards, and careful review of NCSL's analysis of malpractice laws in other jurisdictions. In drafting the bill, we looked at a way to mitigate the cost of arbitration in order to remove a huge barrier for working class and indigent patients who currently can't afford the estimated $50,000 needed for arbitration fees, filing fees, and arbitrators' fees and other costs, and the other $50,000 if they proceed to trial beyond arbitration.
Terlahi says Bill 112 does not make patients win these cases. It gives no preference and simply allows them to seek justice through the legal system. She adds that the measure continues the current policy in Guam law to provide a screening process to protect doctors from frivolous lawsuits.
The screening process can be arbitration as agreed by the parties, mediation, or if no agreement otherwise, then the case will be screened by a magistrate judge before it is allowed to go to a trial with a jury.
In her withdrawal statement, Barnes attached letters of opposition from medical professionals urging lawmakers to not repeal the current arbitration law. Further public hearings on the bill are slated for Wednesday, July 7th and Monday, July 12th, from 5 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Adriana Cotero.
That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matanani.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
We're going to education now as Isaiah Uggan has this next report, noting that another break-in occurred Tuesday evening at the home of the Wildcats. Let's take you now to Barragata.
Thieves strike again for the 5th time this year at LP Antolon Middle School. Principal Agnes Guerrero pleads with the community to report any suspicious activity to the Guam Police Department to ensure the school facilities are protected.
I do request, for all other residents on the island passing through Antolon, if you see anything suspicious, please be vigilant and report that to proper authorities. And I just want to leave with the community that it's not just the school itself that's going to be responsible. It's a community effort, not just Barragata, but the island itself.
Guerrero said that as staff was surveilling the campus Wednesday morning, they discovered that one of the classrooms was broken into through a window.
Actually, prying open a secured reinforced shutter that was intended to be that way. And so they managed to break through the shutter and break the window and enter the classroom.
Right now, school personnel are still searching for items stolen, but so far had discovered snacks, equipment valued at $300, and some personal items of the teacher were taken. It seems to be a never-ending issue as Guerrero shares how these break-ins impact her staff, and most importantly, the students.
We feel very saddened that this had occurred. It's still occurring. Our children having this school as a safe place to come to, our facility, and experiencing something like that, just brings a lot of, unfortunate emotions and sadness to our day. I mean, it's not going to bring us down, but it's definitely has impacted us.
Guerrero added that she doesn't know anyone who would do such a thing and what their motive was. As previously reported, GDOE Superintendent John Fernandez says they have a couple of initiatives underway internally to address the situation. Reporting for Guam's News Network, Guahusi Isaiah Uggan.
Let's take a look at national headlines now as the FDA is saying it will add a warning to 2 of the most popular coronavirus vaccines after government scientists found a likely connection between the shots and rare types of heart inflammation in young people.
Tonight, the FDA is adding a warning to Pfizer and Moderna vaccines as the CDC advisory panel is confirming a link between the vaccines and rare cases of heart inflammation in teens and young adults. The CDC tracked more than 1,200 cases, most occurring after the second dose, more linked to Pfizer and the vast share in males aged 24 or younger.
I woke up at 2 a.m. with chest pain.
16-year-old Noah Hires was rushed to the hospital just 2 days after receiving his second dose.
I was terrified. As we were driving there and Noah said, "Mom, it's getting worse and these chest pains are really terrible," I was just praying.
Symptoms of myocarditis include chest pains, heart palpitations, and shortness of breath. But a new CDC report estimates the vaccines could prevent 5,700 COVID cases among 12 to 17-year-old boys and as many as 215 hospitalizations. The benefits still clearly outweigh the risks.
This experience was much better than getting COVID and much lower risk of anything long-lasting occurring.
The Delta variant and vaccine hesitancy continue to drive new COVID cases. Tonight, Missouri with the highest rate in the nation, just 1 in 4 adults fully vaccinated in some areas.
It seems to be dive bombing everybody.
Louis Michael and his wife Patty, both unvaccinated, are both now recovering in a region where COVID patients in the ICU are up nearly 300% in the last month.
Get this shot now and bypass what we've been through the last 2 weeks, because you feel like you're going to die. It's horrible.
Dr. Terrence Coulter says most of his new COVID patients are young.
I was hoping for a good summer, and we're just planning for a rough summer.
Dr. Coulter told me another concern of his here is the upcoming busy tourist season in nearby Branson. Water parks and shows will all be filled. He's worried that could lead to super spreader events, which in turn could flood the hospitals. Omar Villafranca, CBS News, Springfield, Missouri.
And now here's Uncle King Consumption with your daily news headlines in Chamorro, sponsored by First Hawaiian Bank.
Buenos updates to get some to be sa Morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Mafatututu ni adde di Guam Recovery Task Force pero mababado na tourism so mahago Guam na herd immunity antes pergi dia 21 gi Hulyo Liberation Day. Lo Guam mas problema David yung maregla finena. Uno sa tinaka 2 oras. Aziri ni kanosing COVID-19 gi airport para zaman mafatumagi na bisita gi islata. Gimapos na meeting imaga si Task Force sa Sam Shinohara. Amisaya este na problema sa ilegnya sa zangin matutati about tourism. Da taiguini na klasen sinisedi, no pero manangga taiguini na inamam, daging man matuong kantidad na pasahero gyumbiaya gi airport, man salonson at siyempre. Yoto ni madiskuti ni Task Force sa digital processing system, no sumanay QR code siya, pero ninalat sa di kinano ST para bisitata. Gimit ng linya si Dr. Michael Cruz, na kasi 62% gi populasyon na daw gwini sa isla sa esta kabali sa binikunan niya para tahago herd immunity ta nesesita na kahulo adzo gi 80% gi populasyon. Represente ni GVB si Carl Gutierrez ang orto siya na member ni Task Force sa bahonggi na tahago adzo na kwenta gi 30 gi Hunyo. Dahil suto mo sa desisyon, gyansi maproposo ni 1.6 milyon pesos para tourism incentive na programa sa humaanunsya. Gimas, man ma-award government tungguhan gin Interior Department 3.3 milyon pesos para manasabi para 17 na totso para iyahan sa gobernamento, non-profit na organisasyon siya, dan sa ganindikasyon siya. Ilang yung magahaga lulyang rare na este na salapi sa natuda differentes klase ni napunta para minaulik. Palo ni po maresibe este na salapi sa Guam Power Authority para Comprehensive Security Plan for Guam's Critical Energy Infrastructure, library para mana mas adelanto yung software, revenue and tax ni para ma-train official revenue gi collection na ramas sa ni airport para yung financial management system. Sa gimalago nun di kabalas na lista ni para manain na sinasalapi halong gi KUAM.com. Giasunto ni Korti, Yabagaw Jerry Ola sa madisegna nagwita pero defende si Matthew Manibusan. Anay treses na nabagaw malagno siya gwi na kausa. Matsaki sa Manibusan, 2 kwenta na mamuno no primer grado na felony, 1 kwenta na aggravated assault no segundo grado na felony, dan diferentes klase ni natsaki pod atmas, pero di finaytay mapaki si Joshua Meno, no masoda tatutani gi kanto ni Swam Road gita dededo gi abrid na mes. Sigoni lai gwini gita guahan, kumugwa maatsaki pod primer grado na felony, mamiresi maski uno na abagaw. Paraguay hearing di Lunes para makonfirma ko si Arriola at orto siya na abagaw sa sina marepresenta si Manibusan. Pero maadsi ki member ni jury para ito na trial si Manibusan gidya 20 gi Hulyo. Mas ginanikoti, gidurantin status hearing ginikab gi Superior Court abagaw niya si Joyner Sked sa manaligaw resolusyon ni pa ma-release si Sked ginanidson niya misdemeanor na kausa. Igobernamento sa Timalago ng Matsogo ST in lugar para masustenia si Sked pero makredito para itempon niya gi tribunal. Gyotro na kausa ni makonsisigi pod felony. Depende gi umazong niya ikausan felony, sina ma-preba ni Korte emotion para ma-release. Si Sked and si Rudy Kinata sa Matsaki dos por maan niya pas mapuno iginin mahod umatak si Daniel Sanchez. Ito na trial si Sked sa paredia 3 September. Yuto mo, matay ginigapig ng Presidente ng Pilipinas si Benigno Nonoy Aquino III. Anay makoni para hospital, sigon report Median Filipinas. Timanunsya taymano na matay si Aquino, parafat sinod niya. Si Aquino sa 61 anyos na edad, the Presidente desde 2010 hasta 2016 na tempo. Lain naging ni Presidente ni Filipinas lokwi si Corazon Aquino, dyan ni Maseno na tautaw si Senador Benigno Aquino Jr. Ginigizagwahan ni Vice Speaker sa ni Umiluluy Regional Affairs na Komiteya si Senadora Tina Muna Barnes manay statemento na express ay pininiti niya para pamilya na Aquino. Ilanya na naigwisa si Aquino Presidente, gwisa responsable para mastadig na minasgo economy ng Filipinas desde 1990 na sakan. Ilanya nagwahan sa agatsungi tato Filipinas, ginanda nilinaalan niya sa nimumaras niya si Aquino. Para Guam News Network, Gausikin Conception. Yasunto ifinut sa muro sa presenta sa ninafatto ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. A fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
It's Friday, so we're going to get you up to speed on what happened all over the island with Island Athletics. Here's Dave Delgado with SportsLink.
SportsLink brought to you each week by Pure Alkaline Water, Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
Champions versus champions. It's about to go down this Friday at the Ukuru Gym. The GDOE ISA Boys Volleyball Champs, Tees and High, and the IIAAG champions, FD, will get a chance to square off against each other for all the bragging rights.
It's going to be very entertaining for those who are able to watch the game. And, kudos to the ADs of Tees and High School and FD. And also, of course, we can't forget our really great support from Ukuru High School. Without Ukuru stepping on, getting on board with this, we wouldn't have a neutral site to play at.
Tees defeated the Ukuru Bulldogs 21-25, 25-20, 25-23, 25-19 for the 2021 ISA Boys title. The championship was the school's first for volleyball. With only one senior on the team, the championship core is still intact, looking forward to this Friday's big showdown.
Talking about expectations with my team, it's a lot higher than before when we were challenging just public schools, because this is FD, the championships of multiple years and everything. So I have a higher expectation, and they should have a higher expectation for themselves too.
Me and the boys are very excited to going against another champion school, and we're just very thankful that it's able to happen, and we're just excited for it.
FD took home the IIAAG title after taking care of the Harvest Eagles in 3 straight sets. FD was crowned champions with the 25-17, 25-13, 25-18 win. The Friars are also looking forward to this Friday's game, since they weren't able to play any public schools throughout the season.
We didn't get to play any of the public schools this year, which is a little sad. Still grateful we got a season, but yeah, we've been kind of hungering, kind of seeing, or wondering who would take the cake. We're all very excited for this. We're into it. Guys are showing up even though school's already done, which shows just how dedicated we are, and yeah, pretty hyped going into this.
Me and my team are really excited, and we're preparing for this game, so it really means a lot for us to be able to play against public school, since we didn't get the chance to in the regular season. Honestly, I just want to have fun, win or lose. It's going to be a good game.
I think both of our outsides on both of our teams are pretty good, so I think that's a good matchup. And we have middles on each team that are pretty good too. Just gotta get our serves in and our passes up, and everything will fall into place. We might win.
Team Supreme and Team Elite laced up for the 6th annual Wendy's Boys High School All-Star Game at the FD Phoenix Center. John McCaldo with the answer. Top of the key, yes sir, count that for 3. Both squads going bucket for bucket. Daryl Robles, short jumper, falls for 2 points. Kyler Aflahi going to the rack for the finish. Back the opposite way, Jeremiah Kentucky sees an opening and gets in for the score, going glass for the lay-in. Josiah Quintanilla showing his range. Pull up 3, Drano all net from the outside. Jeff Labanza with the assist from Carl Vinca gets the bounce off another deep ball. Dudes were making it rain at the Phoenix Center. Justin Arjona getting in on the action. Labanza was the plug with the assist. Fans enjoying the high-scoring game. Vinca going to work inside. Spin move to get the shot to go over the defender. Nate Carrion uses his speed to get by the defense for the scoop shot. High off the backboard. Cruz to Jeremiah David for another long-range score. David with the pass to Bryce Chargaloff, chilling down low. Chargaloff with the easy deuce. Team Supreme picked up the win 103-102. Xander Sanchez with the last bucket. Assist here from Jacob Miranda. Shout out to the refs for their contributions to the sporting community. Let's check out some Pacific Industry Basketball League highlights from the Guam Sports Complex. Imperials and MBI. Aljarel Grappe With the pass off the steal, goes right at the defender for the score. Imperials attacking the basket early. Ike Gan put up 23 points for MBI. Mr. International Chris Connor straight off the trip from Amon Jordan. Hits from the outside. Team Guam in the house. MBI played the game with only 5 players. Gan with the bucket inside the paint. Grape misses the corner 3. Dave Sardoma was posted up. Right place, right time. Put back by Sardoma is good. Jonathan Mitra finished the game with 8 points. Hook shot left side of the baseline off glass is money. Imperials got the win 73-36. Rodson Samina cleaning up around the glass with the follow-up. He put up 12 points in the win. The 2020 Summer Olympics Games is a month away and will be held in Tokyo, Japan from July 28th through August 8th. An estimated 205 nations and over 11,000 athletes are set to compete in Tokyo. This year's motto is United by Emotion. Opening ceremonies will be held at the Japan National Stadium. Japan was selected to host the Olympic Games in 2013. Japan last hosted the Summer Olympic Games in 1964. New to this year's games will be 3-on-3 basketball, freestyle BMX, Madison cycling, karate, sport climbing, surfing, and skateboarding. Guidelines for the games include COVID testing before departure and upon arrival in Japan. Athletes and support staff will also have to avoid interacting with locals and stay in bubbles. COVID testing will be done daily for all participants. You can catch this year's opening ceremonies live Friday, July 23rd at 9 p.m. on KUAM TV8.
When I found out it was when I started hearing that it was a split decision to begin with, I was thinking in my head, I was like, oh man, I'm about to only win by a split decision. I thought it would be unanimous. But yeah, man, it really threw me off when he got the split decision thing. So definitely was definitely shocked at that.
How confident were you were going to get the decision?
I'll be honest, I wasn't super confident. I thought I worked really hard, but I wasn't sure because of the cage control. Sometimes I think maybe he had me on the wall more, and then when I did have him on the wall, he was punching me in the face.
I heard him say he felt like he got beat up, They even asked him about going for the takedown so often. And he said he went to it because he felt like he was getting, like he was, like I was winning in the stand-up. So, yeah, again, that surprised me too, felt like he knew it maybe, but I guess he was fortunate to get the decision. He had messaged me on Instagram, just thanking me for the fight and stuff. He's a real nice guy. And although I thought I won it, and it's nothing to take away from him at all, man. He's a tough guy. If that's one thing I can definitely give credit for, he's tough, man. He took a lot of shots,
Roki is currently in Seattle, Washington, waiting to hear from the UFC. He's getting in some light runs and will be taking care of some medical checkups, taking some time off to relax and regroup after a tough fight.
It's just tough, man. I know that even though it was close or I thought I should have won, it's just at the end of the day, that's 3 losses in a row, so that's just something that's hard to look past, but I guess we just got to wait and see, tough position to be in, that's for sure. I think at the end of the day, too, it was still a pretty good fight, for a heavyweight fight. It was a lot of strikes thrown. I saw that I threw 309 strikes, so he threw over 200. So it was, obviously it was a pretty good fight. And I think we appreciate that we gave each other a good fight.
Glorified Sparring 7 goes down at Steel Athletics in some money. There will be boxing, kickboxing, MMA, and a jiu-jitsu match for fans to enjoy.
Yeah, so we're really excited to get started again. That whole year and a half with COVID, being able to throw another Glorified Sparring, see all the MMA fighters showing their interest throughout the year. It's just great to get back to doing what we are meant to be doing.
Doors for the event open at 6 p.m. with fights scheduled to start at 7.
It was crazy because we told everybody to hold off on buying tickets. We're going to put tickets on sale on Monday, and 3 hours later, after announcing that, we sold out. So it was really awesome to see the community come together to watch their fighters, to support. It's just really awesome to be able to have a live event with fighters, with fans, so we can give back to the community.
Funds raised will go towards another great cause. JJ and the staff at Steel Athletics continue to give back to the community in many ways. This time around, the monies we'll go to a family coping with the tragedy.
Every time we have a glorified sparring, we try to donate to a worthy cause in the community to help Guam. 4 weeks ago, we had no idea who we were going to give the money to. And then a few weeks ago, some unfortunate news came our way. All proceeds from glorified sparring are going to the Pareto family. They had an unfortunate death a few weeks ago. I think domestic violence is one of those things that you hear a lot about in the news, and we just want to help the family any way we can. I know that funeral expenses are expensive, so we just want to help them out in any way we can.
If you aren't able to watch the event in person, don't worry, the stations of KUAM got you covered. Glorified Sparring 7 will be streamed live at 7 p.m. on the KUAM News Facebook page.
Being able to team up with KUAM is so awesome. Unfortunately, we weren't able to sell as many tickets as we would like to. With DPHSS ruling, we could only have 100 spectators in the gym at one time. So with KUAM, we're going to be able to stream it on a professional level. So not only will our fight fans be able to see the event live, we'll also be able to reach more people so that the fighters get more exposure and possibly get fights off island.
Sports Link brought to you each week by Pure Alkaline Water, Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
Thank you so much, Dave Delgado, hardest working man in media right there with our Sports Link on a Friday, brought to you in part by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, your Shindaiwa and Echo Superstore. We offer everyday low prices on bush cutters, chainsaws, power washers, generators, and more. We also offer maintenance and repair services. Visit Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Best to Market, 735-7446 for more info. Now shipping to the surrounding islands. So get your primo over there in Tinian and a brand new bush cutter for hot girl summer. It's 8:34. We'll take a quick break, and we're coming back with Speaker Therese Terlahi, Senator Tello Taitigui, Senator Joanne Brown, talking 112 right here on The Link. Good morning.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby every Tuesday, Guam. It's the KOAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
I decided to get vaccinated because just thinking about all the lives lost from COVID and everyone on island that contracted the illness, I realized that I need to do my part, not just to protect myself, but our community. And I also realized we're still not out of the woods with variants that are out there. I want to be safe, and I want to keep my family safe. I'm Tyler Matinani, and I'm a proud member of the vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Brought to you by American Medical Center, your partner in healthcare.
KUAM News, in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau, brings you the Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase. Look out for this powerful symbol for visitors, island residents, and industry workers alike, as it represents establishments with a consistent global commitment to safety practices. Stamped with approval by the Guam Visitors Bureau and the World Travel Tourism Council. Every Monday on KUAM News will feature a different local business who's taken the Safe Guam and Safe Travels pledge to maintain health and safety standards to get Guam back on track. Log on to visitguam.com to see how your business can receive the designation, what businesses in our community are Guam Safe certified, and have the WTTC Safe Travel certified.
Our World War II survivors have endured more sacrifice, suffering, fear, hope, and perseverance than we can ever imagine. Their stories have been passed down from generation to generation and have become a central part of the legacies and histories of our families. As we commemorate our 77th annual liberation, we invite you to share these stories and special memories as we present My Liberation Hero. During the month of July, KUAM will feature these tributes on KUAM News as well as on our digital platforms. We ask that you start your video or written submissions with the phrase, My Liberation Hero is. And please submit pictures of your heroes if you have them. Send your emails to liberation@kuam.com. And let's give everyone a chance to reflect and remember these special times and people in our history. Happy 77th Liberation Day, Guam.
Brought to you by Coast 360 Federal Credit Union, Ordot Dental Clinic, and Vince Jewelers.
Put your faith in one another, we'll find a way. Don't give up, give it your best, it's okay to be afraid. Our lives have changed so much since yesterday. We can do our part to fill our hearts with love and happiness. The sun will always rise and shine again. It'll be okay if we're living for each other, take it day by day. Our color doesn't matter, it's bigger than you and greater than me. We're doing this for humanity. Put your faith in one another, we'll be okay. Take it day by day. Our color doesn't matter, it's bigger than you and greater than me.
Joe Guam,
Doing this for humanity.
841. Spoiler alert, that's not his real name. Wouldn't that be something else if it was, though? My God, imagine Guam's your last name. Jay, and little backstory on Joe. If you guys may recall, he was the guy who used to work for, right? Wasn't he the dude who worked for United Airlines or one of the airlines, and he would like entertain the passengers? There was a video, and he went viral, and then he came back to Guam to live here.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. I hope I'm not mixing him up with someone else. Hey, guys, just a little heads up. University of Guam. I did get a message here that they're doing a. There you go. The Guam Green Growth Conservation Corps are doing a cleanup and mural painting in East Agotnya this morning. So drivers in East Agotnya, can you please drive super careful around that area, please, as they're doing the cleanup and the mural painting. And they might, come off on the outside lane maybe. So just be safe. It's 8:43 in the KUAM News Zoom room now. We have Speaker Therese Terlahi, Senator Tello Taitagui, Senator Joanne Brown. We're talking Bill 112 as the three big sponsors here on the show this morning. There was an informational hearing. It was a couple days ago. Speaker, if we could just kind of clarify, because I might have even been one of the people who was confused about the schedule of hearings and which ones are the ones where the public can come and show up and give testimony. So the one a couple days ago, that was more of like was it kind of like a counterpoint between the two attorneys?
Yes, it's an informational briefing. So we wanted to, first of all, introduce the bill, make sure that the facts are out there, and then welcome testimony from anyone on July 7 and July 12. We found in the last years that when we had these hearings, there were lots of people who came to testify, and so they could go all night long, and we have a limit of how long we can go in the evenings, but doctors have always requested that these hearings be held in the evenings. So we're trying to accommodate all of this. So we've spread them out, and we're, so from 5 to 8:30, hopefully, and we will have to have more if we're not able to hear everyone who has come to testify. But that's what we're trying to do, is get everybody signed up right now who's calling our office or emailing interested in testifying. So July 7 and July 12, 5 p.m.
And this will be at the Guam Congress Hall?
They'll be in person and virtual. There are some people who have requested to testify virtually, so we are going to accommodate that as well.
Via Zoom?
Yes,
okay.
Via Zoom.
Are you anticipating a similar turnout, compared to your hearing you had on the American Rescue Plan for that resolution? Because it was a pretty cool turnout, as you had a lot of people zooming in.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I can't predict those things. If I'm basing it on the last hearings that we had in regards to medical malpractice, there were a lot of people who came to testify. So, and if we are basing it on the response by the doctors and the letters that I'm receiving, if they actually come to testify, there will be a lot of people. So
right,
I look forward to that. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to, and I appreciate, there are some doctors who have sent me letters with very excellent suggestions as to how to improve this bill. And I intend to incorporate those suggestions as much as I can, as long as they're not going to, in turn, create this huge additional burden on taxpayers. Okay, so I think we have to balance that out. And some of the suggestions, that's all they ask, is that we're going to put this burden back onto the taxpayer. So I don't think that that's right. And I don't think we should, cut off any ability of claimants that are rightfully entitled to something. So what we really want to do is, that's why we went through 3 hearings. It was the only proposal on the table at the end of last year. It's the only proposal that's been on the table, this year. And we've tried so hard to come to a compromise of interests. We have plaintiffs who are clearly, these are people harmed by negligence, not just people who didn't like the outcome of their cases, but people who are harmed by negligence are clearly, and the legislature has been put on notice that they are clearly being prohibited from pursuing justice. And I think that's a huge burden on us senators. It's clear before us. There is no disputing that. And I want to very much commend my colleagues who have been courageous enough to put their names on this bill, knowing full well, based on the last hearings, that this was going to be controversial, that, we are not going to make everybody happy, and that, but that we have a huge injustice to solve, and that we are going to do our best to do that. So I've had some very courageous colleagues, and I want to thank them. There are two of them are here with me today. There are others. There were 12 who signed on to this bill. And so, of course, the withdrawal by the vice speaker minutes before the last hearing, she called me up and told me she's going to withdraw. And I asked her to please hold on until the public hearings were over so that we can hear everything. And, obviously that's not what happened, but regardless, I just think the public should know senators are under huge pressure by the medical community to, dump this bill and move on and ignore the injustice that sits there, pointed out to us by a district court judge and the people themselves who were harmed. And, I wouldn't be surprised if everybody on Guam knows somebody who is just not, who's not one of those that just didn't like, their treatment or something like that, but who were actually harmed by wrong treatment contrary to what they even, agreed to, or treatment that was, as has been found, very below the standard of care. That's what we're talking about. And so we went to great pains in this bill to make sure that we do not touch the standard of care. The doctors were so adamant, that they are practicing what they can on Guam under the conditions that are available to them. And I absolutely appreciate that. And so that's why in this bill, we kept the standard of care exactly the same, meaning if they're practicing standard of care today, that should be that is still acceptable standard of care tomorrow, exact same. And so, there's been a lot of, I think, threats that this bill does something to change, how people practice medicine or what's the appropriate medicine to practice. And this bill doesn't do that. And there's something else that may be doing that for them, but it's not this bill. This bill says exact same standard of care. And so I understand that not only senators are under a lot of pressure under this bill, but that letters are being sent to patients, and they are under huge threat of discontinuation of service. And, I can't even put into words my response to that. I find it quite unconscionable, honestly, but, these are clinics, they're gonna do what they think they need to do for their bottom line. But I just think for the people of Guam, I'm not going to abandon them, that it's clear they cannot seek justice. And it's clear that we are trying to accommodate doctors, make them have special protections that no one else in the community is afforded. No one else do you have to go through a special screening panel in order to get to court. Anyone else who injures you, you get to go straight to court. And you're going to pay $300 filing fee. But if you get injured in a medical malpractice below the standard of care, you have to pay $10,000 filing fee. You have to pay $450 an hour for a 3-person arbitration panel. And the courts have found this to be unfair. It's so unfair that they are considering, bypassing the law themselves. So I just think while we are on notice as senators that this law has huge failings, it's not doing what it intended to do 30 years ago. It has become the injustice that it, tried to fix 30 years ago. We need to tweak it, and I think we can. So we've allowed arbitration under this law. Doctors who really want to go to arbitration is available to them under this new law, under this new bill, this bill. Arbitration's available to them, and it can be cheaper arbitration. It doesn't have to be the most expensive arbitration available to us today. It can be cheaper, it can be affordable for patients. And if they cannot agree on arbitration, then we've suggested that a magistrate judge, somebody who's appointed by the Supreme Court justice, confirmed after a public hearing and confirmed by the Guam legislature, that person will hear from medical experts, hear from the patients, and make a determination whether this deserves to go forward whether this is a negligent claim or a frivolous claim, and make a determine whether the patient should be entitled to some type of justice.
All right, we'll go on with Senator Tello, Senator Joanne Brown. Speaker had referenced Vice Speaker's very public and well-orchestrated withdrawal of her sponsorship of this bill. I mean, you could tell this was something that they had worked on and maybe put out minutes before the hearing for the most impact, right? But why haven't we seen anything from the opposition to 112 that specifically cites which measure in the bill is going to harm the medical community? And also, I did want to, I guess we'll just start there. Do you guys know, what their specific concern is with Bill 112? Senator Tello, Senator Joanne?
Yeah, well, I think there were three issues. And first, I'd like to thank you, Chris, for this opportunity and everyone listening to the link today. First, I think there was, the ones that I received were three points. Frivolous lawsuits, cost of health medical malpractice insurance, and specialists. So far, those were the complaints that these doctors were talking about, these three areas. And it's obvious the frivolous lawsuits, like in 23, I think it's 23 districts, Madam Speaker, if I'm not mistaken, doesn't even have a screening panel or any opportunity to weed through frivolous lawsuits. Right. We incorporated this ability to go through the magistrate judge to do just that, to weed out the frivolous lawsuits, to have it confidential. Everything is confidential. That's what's currently now in this law. There's no confidentiality in place. This bill 112 allows that confidentiality and to go through the process to determine whether this is frivolous or not. So that has been addressed. As far as cost of medical malpractice insurance, they have it on Guam. But unfortunately I would say, and there's really no true numbers, but I would estimate that only 30% of the doctors on island have medical malpractice insurance. And there's nothing in this legislation at all requiring that doctors have medical malpractice insurance. Some states do, like Florida. Florida has a law that you must have medical malpractice insurance. And if you don't, you have to post it in your clinic and you have to prove to the insurance commissioner that you have enough money in the event to, if you had a lawsuit against you, that you would be able to pay out that claim. It's kind of a bonding. The second one is specialists. They talk about, we're not going to be able to bring specialists to Guam. Well, we haven't been able to bring specialists to Guam for decades, even with the current law in place. But what we have been doing is bringing specialists to Guam on a rotating basis that come to Guam maybe twice a year and stay for about a month. But since COVID, it has taught us the utilization of telemedicine has really been an asset to our medical community, to our public health community. It was when I was talking to Lillian Posadas, talking about if a child came into Guam Memorial Hospital who is a diabetic, and there is no specialist for a pediatrics diabetes specialist here on Guam. But what they do is they stabilize the child, which is considered the standard of care, in which they do. And then they make a phone call to someone who is a specialist in the States or other areas surrounding Guam that they can get a hold of to talk about what they need to do, because there is nothing on Guam here. This bill would not stop the specialists from coming here, because one, these specialists that come here from other states or territories already have medical malpractice insurance. The majority of them do. When I talked to a nurse who's been on Guam for about 4 years, and Chris, there is politics with these physicians and the doctors area, and you mentioned that, how politics was really prominent during COVID. Yeah. And doctors are afraid to come forward and support this. There are doctors out there that believe there should be a balance, that they realize that this is a bit unconstitutional, especially for indigent people. and so they're afraid to come forward. But specialists that come to Guam cannot afford to stay on Guam because we don't have the population to support that individual.
Yeah.
So, this, it's showing the ugly with these doctors coming out and saying that we're going to leave Guam, we're not going to get a specialist. I mean, you asked about the complaints. These are some of the complaints. But if you remember and recall when GMRC, the intention to build a new hospital on Guam, remember that? And all the doctors on Guam were upset and on arms about, this new GMRC hospital coming and taking all their patients. And they were screaming about that. In the medical, someone told me that as far as government politics is nothing compared to the medical politics. And it's scary. It's scary because people who want to come forward and talk about what was wrong to them are too afraid because they still need medical care. And I don't blame them because that's happening to me right now. So, I don't, I just feel bad that, people are so afraid and to come forward because in fear of their child or themselves can't be seen by a doctor because a doctor will threaten. What these doctors are doing is causing mass panic in the community.
Yeah, and Senator Tello, it's kind of turning into a game of chicken. And let's go over to Senator Joanne Brown now. Senator, yeah, so kind of what I was wondering, and maybe get your comment on this, is as it stands today, nothing with arbitration or medical malpractice has changed. So why do you think it is that we're getting this avalanche of letters from, pretty much every single doctor on Guam or clinic or organization saying that not only do they oppose the bill, but that, Senator Tello's right. Patients are getting letters saying that, hey, we're not going to be able to see you anymore because of this Bill 112. So kind of what do you make of the doctors coming out and I'm not going to use the word threatening, but just saying that, hey, because of this bill that hasn't even, just been introduced, it hasn't been debated or passed, we're not going to be able to do all these things. Sorry. But we can give you a referral. Because that's a pretty strong flex.
You're right. It's a very, very strong flex, and it's really, really unfortunate that this is happening, Chris, because the intention behind this bill was never to go after our good doctors in our community. These are our healers in our community, and we've seen certainly over the past year during this pandemic how critical our doctors and nurses and those in the medical profession are to the service of our people. And we know we have a lot of good doctors out there, a lot of good people in the medical profession that help our community every single day. And this is not the intent of this bill. The intent, as the speaker mentioned, as Senator Tello had mentioned, is to address any actions that are negligent. It's a doctor that has been negligent, that has not provided the standard of care in our community. Where someone is harmed and not having any recourse to be able to address that process. Imagine if you're victimized by this process or a family member or a child of yours. And then to begin with, most people don't even have this kind of money, in their back pocket to even go through this arbitration process. And even going through court, we know that is not a cheap process. Even if you and I had a minor disagreement about an issue and we ended up in front of a judge, the amount of thousands and thousands of dollars, Chris, that would just cost us because we didn't have an agreement on something that we were challenging each other on. It's a very expensive process. Justice is not a cheap process. We'd like to think ideally it is, but it isn't. And most people, they get by, maybe they have a few extra dollars here or there, but not everybody's walking around with that kind of money to address this. And it's a negligent action that we're concerned with and ensuring that, our people do get that standard of care. And that's what we are recognizing, understanding that there are limitations with that, but that's not what this bill is about. I mean, I'm one of those patients. I mean, I won't say the clinic, but the clinic I've been going to for now 33 years. I mean, I go to the post office the other day and I'm looking, thinking, oh, is this a reminder for another, appointment, or is it a bill? Is it a bill that I have to pay? Only to find out it's a letter from the clinic informing me that because of this bill, there are services they may not be able to provide. Like you're just saying, this bill was just introduced. We haven't even gone through the debate process. We haven't even completed or started formal public hearings on this process to get the input of both the medical community and, of course, our members of our community, our people having the opportunity to come forth and testify. As I mentioned the other day during the informational briefing, we need to look for a balance in this issue because there has to be a balance. These are concerns that are being addressed by our people. We're legislators, we're not doctors, but we're legislators representing the interests and concerns of our community. And we're here to listen to that. We're listening to hear what our people are concerned about, as well as the medical community. But the way this process has been moving forward and the way that they have come out so loud in a very negative way, I mean, all the way to the point of trying to use the patients in the process of this agenda, without trying to look at how can we work. Because I assume our whole objective is to ensure that we have quality care in our island, in our community. I'm sure our medical professionals recognize that probably even more than we as patients coming in who need their guidance, who needs their professional expertise to help us through this process. So it is concerning that is the message that's being put out there, and it's being put out there in mass. I mean, when you're notifying your patients, and I've never gotten anything like that in 33 years as a patient. If we have to worry as a community that, oh my gosh, we're not going to get services provided to us because we're speaking out or because we're legislators. And Senator Tello, I really feel for her. I mean, it's really unfortunate that because we are in the position that we are to represent the interests of our community, we end up getting targeted with fear that we're not probably going to get the medical care we need. And she certainly has openly discussed that. And I appreciate the fact that she is, because it's not easy for a lot of people to talk about their health issues and circumstances and what they're going through. And then to be told, by the way, we're not going to be providing you services and you've got X amount of days to, get another referral. I mean, that's not right. That's not the right message that should be sent out to our people. And it further, creates that impression of negativity towards the medical profession, because that is what's coming out. We're not really talking about what the real issues are. We're not trying to set a situation up where people are just going to start suing doctors left, right, up and down, and everywhere you turn around. I think that's why we want to ensure that we don't have frivolous lawsuits out there, because they're a waste of time and resource. But if there's a legitimate case out there that someone feels there's been negligence in their treatment or the treatment of a loved one of theirs, and they want to seek justice, there needs to be a means and a vehicle to do that. And I think that's the discussion we should be having. And how do we do it in a way that allows that process to facilitate if it's a legitimate claim? Because I'm sure there are good doctors out there that don't want to see others in the medical profession. And certainly I'm sure it's a very small percentage, but if that small percentage affects you or your loved one, of course, that's something you're going to be very, very concerned about. But I'm sure that the medical profession also wants to ensure that their fellow professionals are providing the standard of care that we would expect of them, probably even more so because they're more knowledgeable about these issues than certainly the rest of us are in the community. And so I'm open to our further discussion. I certainly look forward to the public hearings. I look forward to hearing all sides of the issue. And I'm hopeful that instead of the threats, these direct threats that have been put out by members in mass by the medical community, that they're looking at how can we address a process that can also provide them and address the concerns that they have, which I'm sure they feel are very legitimate concerns. And also, I mean, ultimately what our focus of all of us as legislators and medical professionals in this community is wanting to ensure the health and well-being of our people. That's really the bottom line of what it is that we're concerned about in this whole process.
Let's go back here. So, Speaker Terlai, did you get a letter from your clinic? Sorry, I don't know if it's HIPAA. You don't have to answer.
Not specifically. I'm not with SDA, so I didn't receive that as a patient of SDA, and I haven't received a letter like Senator Tello has specifically to me in regards to my own case. However, I have been called by even the director of GMH, saying that doctors are refusing care today of patients at GMH because of the bill that we introduced that's not passed into law, as Senator Brown pointed out, and that doctors are refusing. And then, of course, I've been told by clinics, I've talked to many doctors, and they're telling me, yeah, but they threatened this in the last 3 hearings that we had. They threatened to leave Guam. If you remember this, there were several extremes. Some that came to the table, I believe, in very good faith and said, we know that there is a disparity in justice that has to be taken care of, and we are willing to work to do that. And then there were some that came in and said, you tweak this law in any way and we're leaving Guam. And so, I have to take care of the injustice. And in the same time, I am trying to take care of the medical community and afford them this special privilege that is not afforded in 23 states, first of all, and to continue to allow them what seems to be their preference is arbitration. This bill continues to allow arbitration. And to put in something for those who cannot afford it in any way, to get rid of this disparity between rich and poor. And that's really the bottom line here. Rich patients can afford to seek justice if they were harmed by negligence. Poor patients are not. And I just cannot imagine that our community is going to continue to live like that. As Senator Brown said, going to trial for harm is already cost prohibitive. It's already hard to find lawyers who will even take those types of cases. I mean, very hard. And to hire the expert witnesses and go to a trial is already cost prohibitive. But our law, it's been pointed out so clearly to us, requires you on top of that to go through a mandatory arbitration panel that is extremely cost prohibitive on top of that. And so all we're trying to do is change those options and make arbitration subject to agreement as it is in every other case. Every other case that's not medical goes through arbitration by agreement of the parties, right? They're entitled to this. And that allows parties to come up with a process that they can afford or that they agree to, mortgage their house in order to afford. Don't forget, we're talking about people who've already suffered the harm. People who've probably already been through medical processes that have drained their bank accounts. People who already were living, below the poverty level. And we've seen the statistics on Guam that it looks like a huge amount of our population are in this category. But unfortunately, this arbitration law that we have in place doesn't just affect indigents, it affects even middle working class people who are not going to be able to put down this $10,000 off the top to pursue arbitration and then pursue the expense of court case after that. So that's it, And so I feel like if they're practicing standard of care, we are going to protect that. We are allowing the exact same standard of care. If they want arbitration, we are allowing that. They can go arbitration. And if they cannot agree, we are allowing those people who cannot afford arbitration a process to go take this before a magistrate judge, some type of screening, together with expert medical witnesses and as many medical witnesses as you want to bring in to decide, and this is an extra process that we are mandating still. We're still mandating in this bill, a huge other extra process that is not afforded to doctors in 23 states. So, we're very much trying to make it what we can.
What
if
do
I may add,
Fair.
I may add something that not only it's $10,000 just on the filing fee, but you're looking at $450 an hour for these individuals, these arbitrators. So you're looking at a cost really through this mandatory arbitration costing upwards to $40,000 to $50,000. Yes. That's how much it costs. Not just the 10. Yeah, that's just the $10,000. It's just the filing fee. Yeah. But after it's done, and you have to remember, this arbitration will take almost 2 years to probably finalize when you go through this arbitration. And then by time at the end, if you're not satisfied with the outcome of the arbitration, you have the ability to go through trial de novo, and that is start all over again. Well, that start all over again is going to cost you, again, tens of thousands of dollars to go through that process as well. There's also an opportunity to go in this legislation, not only arbitration. You still have that prerogative to go through arbitration if both agree, but you also have mediation. We've incorporated mediation in that, which is less costly as well to go through, even before going to the court. And by the way, the magistrate judge, when he has his findings, his or her findings, whether the standard of care was reached or not reached, then that findings will be admissible into court. So if the magistrate judge were to say that the standard of care was met by this doctor, knowing that can be admissible into court in the event the patient wants to still continue, on with their case, it's a deterrence to do, because you've already heard from one judge. And judges are well respected, and they've litigated every type of thing under this sky. Yeah.
Let me just get in here real quick. So with Vice Speaker's announcement that she's withdrawn her co-sponsorship, just reading the room, right? Usually where Vice Speaker goes, she carries 3 or 4 of these kind of administration supporting senators, if you will. So what do you think this does, if it does anything, to the support that you've already secured for this measure, Madam Speaker?
Well, as I told you, Chris, that from the start, this bill it's very clear it was going to be controversial. It's going to face opposition. And I think my colleagues who signed on were well aware of that because of the hearings we had in the prior terms. And, but they also, like I said, were courageous enough and really wanting to seek justice. And we've seen this by the legislature as a whole. We increased medical liability for the government from $300,000 to $500,000 in the last term, thanks to Senator Taitaqui's bill. That had not been done again in years, maybe 30 years as well, right? And all of these things are we're just re-examining these injustices that have been laying still for many years. And I think we've got a legislature that's willing and able to face these head on. And so I'm just hoping we are under a lot more pressure, I think, because of the Vice Speaker's withdrawal. Of course, that might put other senators under a lot more pressure, as if we didn't have enough pressure on us already. But again, and it's easy to say, I'm going to look the other way and I'll let the courts come in and tell us our law is not good, right? And then the doctors are completely unprotected. So I'm trying to come in with a compromise for them right now that says, we're going to protect you in this way and in a more affordable way. And we're going to protect patients who have been harmed. We're going to allow them the claims that they are entitled to, not just the rich people, everybody. And I'm not, but despite the pressure, I think the bottom line is every senator is going to have to make a determination for themselves whether they can withstand the pressure. I don't like my family's healthcare being threatened. I don't like my colleagues' healthcare being threatened. I don't like, my neighbor's healthcare being threatened. It really makes me angry. And, but I just think we have to try to keep our heads calm, keep focus on what we're trying to do here, not abandon those who don't have a voice in this process. I don't expect people who've been aggrieved by medical negligence, who were unable to seek, they live with that all their life. And I don't expect them to mount this lobbying, in the scale that doctors are going to be able to mount. And so I think, all of us senators we bear that, we are their voices as well. Yeah. And so I'm just gonna ask everyone to just do their best. That's all we can do, and keep having hearings so we can hear them and keep improving the bill. This is how we do legislation, we make things better. I am a huge proponent of the more, the merrier. The more input, the better, right? And so I've seen this in groups that I've worked in, nonprofits, women's groups. I love it. The more, the better. And I've really seen things improve. And so I am, like I said, I've received testimony from some doctors that have really thought about it. And I appreciate that they have thought about it so well. They've read the bill so carefully themselves, and they're not taking the word of anybody else, and that they are willing also to listen to all the testimony. And so we're just going to continue to get the facts in front of us and make the best decision we can. And so I want to commend my colleagues who are able to withstand that type of pressure. Thank you.
Were you, Senator Tello, Senator Joanne Brown, were you guys disappointed by the Vice Speaker's actions in withdrawing her co-sponsorship of the bill? I mean, because it wasn't like she just withdrew it. I mean, she came with a machete, right? She came like, I'm withdrawing this, and I got 5,000 signatures here.
Apparently she'd been working on for some time, right? Yeah. It's that was surprising to me, the method, because we had not even had a public hearing yet on the bill. And we knew already that, there was going to be some opposition.
Well, for myself, it goes to show you, she can't take pressure. As soon as there's this elite group of people who are coming up to her and saying, don't support it, she runs. I mean, we were all put in this position, to care for the people of Guam, all people, rich, poor, middle class, everybody. And for her to just pull her support out, well, it's not like the first time. So I really think that, like the speaker said, she should have at least waited, so that we had a public hearing or even put on the floor. Everybody puts names on bills to be co-sponsors during session time, not like in the middle, not even having a public hearing yet. So yeah, well, it's typical.
Senator Joanne?
It's within their prerogative. Every senator has this prerogative, and we can't bind them.
Absolutely in their prerogative, and it shows their character.
Senator Joanne, I see you batting your eyelashes.
Well, I mean, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate, certainly. I mean, we would love to have as much support as we can to address the issues and concerns of our people. But every senator ultimately, has to stand on their own position, what they take, and for whatever their reasons. I mean, they're free. Everyone is free to do that. I mean, we were all elected. I'm sure our people have expectations of all of us in terms of what they believe our priorities should be. And maybe each of us may look at it differently. I mean, certainly the Vice Speaker is entitled to do what she chooses to do. And that's up to her as a member of the legislature. She can vote and support what she chooses or what she doesn't. But certainly for all of us, we can do the same. I mean, nobody's vote, Chris, is more valuable than any other vote in the legislature, no matter who you are, whether you're the number 1 vote getter or you're number 15 just getting through the door. We all have one vote. We all have one vote, and adding those votes up to 8 to pass a bill, or certainly if it gets vetoed, having 10 to override, that's what it comes down to. And, I'm sure we all have different perspectives, but when we do come to consensus, it's always the priority of wanting to ensure that the interests of our people are protected and represented. And that's why we're here. We're not doctors, we're not professionals, we're not specialists. We're just legislators. We're just legislators that are representative of the people in this community, all shaped, form, and sizes of who we are. And certainly we all have the ability, as having been elected with the power of the people, to make positions, take positions, and vote our conscience. So the Vice Speaker is entitled to what she chooses to do, as the rest of us are also entitled to choose what we choose to do and what we believe is in the interests of the community that we live in.
Right
and that we represent.
Okay. I'm pretty sure we'll be in touch again. I put out the ask, the Vice Speaker, to the doctors to come on, and because I really want to see this debated, and I think it benefits everybody involved. Let's get all hands on deck and I mean, if there's issues with it, let's hear exactly and specifically what those issues are, and then maybe you guys can come to a compromise.
Yes, thank you. And thank you again for, I agree. The more we hear from the community, the better as well. And the more that they understand it, because they're being highly pressured. And I want them to understand the facts, and I want them to understand who we're trying to help here and who, that we're not trying to hurt anyone. And so I just hope that message can become very clear through the continuous forums that you are allowing us and through the continuous debate. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Senator
you.
Tello, I just want to apologize because I know that, and guys, Senator Tello's been coming on for the whole pandemic. She's a recovering cancer patient, knocking on wood, in remission, and she got a letter yesterday from her clinic basically saying, "Dear Mrs. Titagui, yep, sorry, can't help you. If you want a referral, let us know. You got 30 days. So, Senator Joanne also received a letter from her clinic. So if you guys out there are receiving letters, this is why. And, I mean, it's going to be one to watch, definitely. Thank you, Senators. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I'll see you. Bye. 922. Bill 112. Ow, it's hot, guys. I know we talked about this yesterday. We're going to go through the comments in a sec. But just two instances that I've dealt with medical negligence or whatever you want to call it. But I remember my grandpa had a heart attack and got operated on at the United States Naval Hospital, and they sewed up a pair of scissors inside him.
One of the instruments that they were
using. So I hear that happens a lot. So anyway, they sewed him up. But what did my family say? Oh, because we didn't find out till after they took it out, and we're like, oh, okay, because we're just so grateful that the doctors took care of him. So there's that, and then a friend of mine, like I told you guys, father-in-law is hospitalized. They gave the father-in-law the IV for the patient in the room next door, and the hospital, they accepted that, yeah, we screwed up. Sorry, we counseled the nurse, blah, blah, blah. So there was definitely an admission of guilt on the part of this hospital. So my friend calls me, and he's like, hey, do you think we could get a lawyer, or, what do you think? And I was like, okay, well, let me call another lawyer friend of mine. So I called a lawyer friend. He's like, oh, yeah, did they die? And I said, no, they didn't. He goes, yeah, I mean, if they didn't die, good luck. He was like, right off the bat, $10,000. So I called back my friend and said, you got $10,000? No, of course not. Okay, sorry. Click, bye. So that's kind of what's, I mean, there's occasions my grandfather died many, many years ago. So one of these happened in the 90s and the other just last week. So, yeah, it happens on Guam. And let's go into the comments now. There's some good comments here. Yeah, we have Denise Mendiola of GCC coming up next with Jason Salas. Rosemary Laguatnia comments in, if specialists won't stay on Guam because of our size, our population, not our size, why are we putting so much money into building a 5-star medical complex? Good question there. We're going to have a big-ass empty 5-star medical hotel full of general practitioners.
And we were saying that you were talking about the fact that we have heard from physicians, but on paper and the thing, there was one physician, at least one of them, who did jump in the comments, Dr. Joel Joseph.
Right. Yeah, he's a veterinarian, actually.
Yeah, who's a veterinarian,
right.
But he has always been someone
I'll
who,
read that.
to
It's
speak
coming
his
up.
mind.
Yeah. Why is it not mandatory for physicians and possibly nurses to not carry our malpractice insurance? Why is there no database to cover who's covered, who's not? Why does this bill will this bill make it mandatory for coverage? No, it doesn't. And you guys just Google. I mean, guys, with Google, just Google, do doctors have to have medical malpractice insurance? And you'll find that there's no federal law on it, but a lot of states do mandate that they get that insurance. Cisco writes in, we won't give up fighting for this, and we will work harder to vote in candidates that'll help us with this in the next elections. We are watching you, legislature, very carefully. Rosemary, these physicians have taken an oath and should continue to do what they swore to do. Dr. Joseph writes in, for every ethics violation that a senator does or a bad law a senator passes, let's have them be responsible for the rest of the time the people in Guam have to live under those laws, and let's make sure that we can sue them for all those bad decisions. Doctors are only harming possibly one person at a time. These senators are harming tens to hundreds of thousands of people when they make bad decisions. Stony Jones says, those doctors who are threatening to leave, let them leave. Rosemary again, other than Barnes' letter, has any doctor come out publicly to voice their opposition? Other than Facebook, and we made the ask for them to come on, but it hasn't happened yet. Stony writes, Tina Munia Barnes, so disappointing. Be for the people who elected you and not for the doctors who donated to your campaign. Vote for senators that pass this bill in this election. Joy Rivera Woodward comments in, these specialists are one of the top supporters for campaign fundraisers. Jovi Castro writes, this bill will really show who is for the people. All right. Like I said, it's hot, 9:26. Quick break, and we're back with Denise Mendiola right after this.
The world of television.
Our World War II survivors have endured more sacrifice, suffering, fear, hope, and perseverance than we can ever imagine. Their stories have been passed down from generation to generation and have become a central part of the legacies and histories of our families. As we commemorate our 77th annual liberation, we invite you to share these stories and special memories as we present My Liberation Hero. During the month of July, KUAM will feature these tributes on KUAM News as well as on our digital platforms. We ask that you start your video or written submissions with the phrase, My Liberation Hero is. And please submit pictures of your heroes if you have them. Send your emails to liberation@kuam.com. And let's give everyone a chance to reflect and remember these special times and people in our history. Happy 77th Liberation Day, Guam.
Brought to you by Coast 360 Federal Credit Union, Ordot Dental Clinic, and Vince Jewelers.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
Family platter of fried chicken? Check. Tray of red rice? Check. Birthday cake? Check. 1 case of water? Check. 12-pack of beer? Check. 2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KOAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KOAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KOAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Help us celebrate the class of 2021. KUAM wants to help you celebrate this touchstone moment in the lives of your graduates. For the months of May and June, we will flood the social media pages of KUAM with photos and well wishes for the class of 2021 grads. Log on to KUAM.com to submit photos and brief messages or captions. Then look for your special grad on KUAM Instagram and the Facebook pages from all of your friends here at KUAM. Congratulations, seniors!
My whole family is fully vaccinated because we understand the importance of it. I've seen my daughter, her boyfriend, and friends endure COVID, and I've lost family members because of the virus. I chose to get vaccinated to protect those around me, and most importantly, because of my parents. I'm Jonah Goncharfres, KUAM senior producer, and I'm a proud member of the vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Brought to you by American Medical Center, your partner in healthcare.
When you shake up, lives and thoughts they never really knew they need to wake up. Realize that your word is really true, and then you take up on a journey that they never dreamed could exist in a place where the love is rarely seen, and then you break up all the hate and take the pain away.
Welcome back to The Link, everybody, on what looks to be a absolutely gorgeous, picturesque, beautiful, worthy of a painting Friday morning here in Harmon. The work week is winding down, but you know what? The work week never stops if you are in need of skills development, and that is what a very, very dear friend of ours, Denise Mendiola, over at the Guam Community College is getting you ready for, making a litany of opportunities available for you if you would like to enhance your current skill set, if you want to learn a new trade, or basically just get ready for what a lot of people are reliably projecting to be a very interesting fall as a lot of people head back into the workspace and probably compete for the same position. So, Denise, welcome back to the show. It's been a while, so we're glad to have you back in Hafa Day.
Happy to be back again. Nice to see you again.
All right. I've got to say, I was telling you during the commercial break, you have the most, like, feng shui is the wrong word. You just have a very, very welcoming work environment. I wish my office looked like that.
Well, we know that everybody always looks at the back of the person during the virtual meetings, so we wanted to make sure that we didn't have any bad stuff behind us.
That's a beautiful timepiece over your right shoulder, by the way. That's a nice clock.
Thank you.
Well, and time kind of is of the essence, segue, because as I said, you have always prided yourself on someone who has encouraged people to pursue entrepreneurial aspirations, and for the last year and change, you've been working really hard at GCC trying to tell people, we have these ongoing skills development forums and workshops and everything. So where are we with that? And I know the work does continue, but what's your schedule like been?
Well, as Dr. Mary, our president, had said before, boot camps on steroids. She wasn't kidding. So we have, out of the 19 boot camps, we've already launched 5, and we're embarking on the next one. Right now, we've got medical home health aid, which is the caregiver boot camp that's going to start on Monday. And so we have 2 cohorts for that. And I wanted to be able to share with everybody that we're still going to accept applications for that, because we're looking at training up 40 people for this particular job title, which is, again, it's medical home health aide or caregiver, and has lots of opportunities because we are working with Catholic Social Services and Health Services of the Pacific. So, you think of people that provide care to the elderly, people with disabilities, people that are homebound. Those are the types of people that are crucially needed right now. And we expect there's going to be an even more, a bigger demand for them as the years go by, post-COVID, right? So that's the one that's on the burner right now.
Yeah, and I know because my family actually employed a caregiver for several years and everything, and I really learned a lot about the profession. Came to really have a great deal of respect and admiration for that. And I remember saying, I was like, so is it like a home nurse, or obviously it's different, and you don't have necessarily the scientific side and the medical training, but a lot of it is, to be completely honest with you, a lot of it is just learning how to be patient, learning how to communicate, being there for somebody, and just really being that learned, trusted friend that you can rely on to help care for someone who needs it.
Absolutely. It's having a caring person in the home or wherever you choose to have them care for your loved one. And you want somebody that's patient and caring, but also has that set of skills so that you know that your loved one's going to be safe in their care. And so that's what GCC is providing, is this intense program that provides things like heart savers, first aid, right? That's really important. Safety, so OSHA training. But most importantly is work ethic, because remember, you're trusting people to go into the home or wherever it is, right? So having that set of moral skills and work ethic, understanding the rules of conduct when you're in the workplace and caring for someone. And then, of course, you're going to get the core curriculum to learn how to be a caregiver, or what they refer to as medical home health aid. But yeah, you're right. You and I both have that experience, personal experience. A lot of us have it here. Back in the day when we used to just have relatives take care of our family, right? A lot of times that's not necessarily available anymore because everyone's working or, just not available. So having somebody that's a professional, but yet, has that quality that that you can feel good when you leave your loved one with them, that person's going to take really good care of them.
Mm-hmm. And it is a very distinct type of compassion, let's say, than for like maybe say like a nanny who takes care of a very young child, because these are people who, have obviously lived a long life. They're in their twilight years very often, and sometimes they can have like a fair bit of attitude. And I'm saying that from personal experience. They may be like kind of like set in their ways, and so again, it's having an understanding, having patience. But I have seen with the experience that I had with my family when we got my dad like a caregiver and everything like that. I mean, it really, there's a bond, and there's a friendship that really ensues, and that kind of thing is built over time. And I'm assuming that's what the majority of your training really tries to emphasize is like you're really providing emotional care as well as physical care.
A lot of times they're just there to listen to them, or to sit there and read a book to them, to feed them. But then there's the other part where they have to be able to carry them sometimes. They have to be able to, administer, whatever they need, food, medicine. So those are the things that you want to have, that quality that you want to have when you're going to trust a caregiver. And so those are the types of, that's the type of training that we provide here at GCC. We have an amazing team at Allied Health. And we have Miss Barbara Moffness, who everybody knows, is our Lamaze coach, and she's just awesome.
Oh, I know Barb, yeah.
You know Barb, yeah. So everybody knows Barb, and that's the type of person that you want to learn from, right? So we're starting Monday from June 28 to July 15, and then we have the second cohort from July 19 to August 5th. So we have 2 opportunities for people to be able to get training. It's completely free because we have the funding available for it. Thanks to GITA. GITA is the organization that's funding this, and our partner with GDOL. So they have a list of clients that have requested interest in this. So we've taken those names and put it all together, and then we sent out the applications to folks. So because of our partnership with GITA and GDOL, we're able to reach out to those people that are looking for jobs, and then matching them to the employers that are searching for good employees. And then what we do in between is make sure that we provide a good product, a high quality candidate to be employed, hopefully for a long time with these employers on Guam.
Okay, and that being the case, do candidates that are going to avail of your program, do they have to necessarily have any training in like any of the medical disciplines, or maybe like in social work or psychology or anything like that?
Nope, not at all. They just need to be at least 18 years old, unemployed or underemployed. So, it really opens the doors for people that they, may not have so many skills, but want an opportunity and have the right attitude and are looking, they want a career in the healthcare field. Caregiver is just one step. They have an opportunity after that to move up to other things like certified nurse assistant. Maybe if they want to pursue more education, they become a nurse or a doctor, whatever they want to do. So this is the one step that they can take in to get their foot in the door.
Yeah, this is going to look fantastic on your LinkedIn profile if you're putting your CV together and you're going to submit it to somebody as a resume. I mean, this is really, really going to bode well in your favor, like anywhere you go.
Absolutely.
If we can pedal back for just a sec, Denise, because I want to talk about, the caregiver track is obviously the latest iteration, as we've said, in a variety of industries that you provided training for. And I remember going back to like a year, you were talking to Nestor and I about when these boot camps were first started, and you were doing like, there was ship repair, there was medical coding, there were disciplines that lean more towards the information technology field and everything like that. How did those go, and what was some of the feedback that you got?
So today's our last day for the IT boot camp, which I'm sure you were just into, right? So this was the first time that we did it. It was very interesting. They used Cisco, and
nice.
These guys hung on. They scored very high in their work keys assessments. They're brainiacs already to begin with. So today's our last day, and the students are going to get interviewed by ITiNI, Docomo, and G4S next week. So we're really confident that they're already, our employer sponsors are already committed to hiring X number of them. And so we're really excited for them to start their journey as employees with these companies.
Outstanding.
So that's the IT one, yeah. And then we're going to do a second cohort just because we had a lot of people that signed up for it. But as you know, there's always a prereq for something like that, right? For IT, you have to have some sort of knowledge with computer systems. That was the only boot camp that we do have a prereq for. But for ship repair, we just started that one. This is with Cabras, and as you know, Cabras Marine has been hiring, and they're a really good employer.
Yeah.
So they've already committed to hiring these folks. We have 23 or 24 in that boot camp right now, and that's going to run until I believe until September for that boot camp.
Okay, and real quick, Denise, because I guess a colleague of yours, if you want to consider it that, because you're all trying to get Guam's workforce to get back and doing at least the 8 to 5 thing, and like getting back to earn a fair wage and get back to the normal operational pace. Dave Della Sola over Department of Labor has been saying, please everybody get out and apply for jobs and everything. How much of your time do these boot camps take? If people are budgeting as far as how much they want to spend taking these classes and everything like that, or can you do this and work at the same time?
Oh, it's going to be tough to work and attend the boot camp at the same time. I can tell you that right now. Because they're condensed and they're concentrated, we take courses and we bring them down to a set of anywhere from 2 weeks to 12 weeks. And so the focus has to be on the boot camp. It's going to be challenging if somebody is currently employed. Not to say that they can't do it. They just have to be really good about managing their time. The idea behind the boot camp is that you're going to be able to get skilled up or retooled as a person, right, that wants to go into a certain industry. And then that makes you more appealing to the employers that are currently hiring. What you also will get out of these boot camps is you earn college credit. So that's a huge thing for people that wanted to go to college but couldn't. Now they have an opportunity to get credits, which already makes them a student of GCC. And then they get certifications. They get OSHA, they get Heart Savers, first aid, and then they get work ethic, credentials, and then they earn badges along the way. So all of these are designed for what we call a work-ready community. And this is something that we've come together as an organization and as a community to align with the United States. So we look at things like, what are the U.S. Department of Labor standards? And we work with GDOL on that. How do we make sure that these potential employees are ready to work? And are we meeting the standards necessary for them to go into the right industry? So there are a lot of benefits for them to attend the boot camp. And that's why we've had hundreds of people that have signed up. And it really is kind of sad because we can't take everybody, but we keep them on the list. So if they don't get into this boot camp, we keep them on for the next one that's coming up. So I just want to make sure to assure everybody that we don't take them off of the list unless they want.
Well, I do got to let you go because we got a segment that we got to run right now. But real quick, if people want to try and get in, because you said there's 40 slots available for the caregivers boot camp, right?
Yes, they can still contact us for the caregiver.
Yeah, how did they do so?
Yeah. So the best thing to do is to get onto our interest list, which is on our website. So get onto the GCC website or email workforce@guamcc.edu.
All right, Denise, thank you so much. Thank you for what you're doing for our island's workforce and for our economy. And, if you want to hang out for us with a little bit, you'll love this next segment that's coming up because Chris actually went over to King's and he tried their bistec. which is off the menu. I cannot wait to see this.
Yeah. Well, it's only off he keeps saying that, but it's only off the menu because they had a printing error and they forgot to put it on. So you won't see it on the $10 specials, the $10 deals, but it's actually there. So it's like a secret off menu dish.
We're all local. What better way to start a Friday than to jam some bistec at
Bistec for
9:30 in the morning?
breakfast. Right. There you go. Thank you, Denise.
Denise, take care.
Right
Okay, take care, guys.
All right,
Thank
bye-bye.
you.
Okay. It's Feed Me Fridays brought to you by our friends at King's Restaurant.
Feed Me Fridays is brought to you by King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam.
Feed Me Fridays, the self-proclaimed King of Kings. My name is Chris, and I'm joined here by my good friend Ken San Nicolas at Ken Sanity. If you're thirsty for some good social media, and our best friend MJ,
What's
the
up?
hostess with the mostest here at Kings, to Mooning. MJ.
Yes, sir.
We are talking $10 deals. You guys want deals?
Yeah.
$10 deals? Kings, got it.
Yep. And so we have here our bistec, our famous bistec. It's actually, folks, not on our actual special menu, but we do have it. It's served with your finadeni, our famous finadeni, 2 scoops of rice, and what's in it is creamy goodness. Creamy goodness. So you have your peas and your steak, your meat, and then the gravy that just melts in your mouth along with the hot rice.
Rice gotta be hot.
Yeah, rice gotta be hot.
Now, some of the $10 deals that you guys offer, there's some really great deals for $10
Absolutely.
at Kings. And you can take have a bro date, $20. You get a couple
$20. Absolutely.
$10 deals. They've got meatloaf, chicken Alfredo, veggie loco moco, hoppa hoppa chicken.
Oh, that's very famous, yes.
Hoppa hoppa what? You got hoppa hoppa chicken.
Can I get a what?
$10 Tanaktak. Guys, they've got the breaded fried steak sandwich. I love country fried steak. And that's awesome. Spam fried rice, corned beef, and cabbage. All those $10 deals. Man, you guys must have a hard time. These $10 deals just be flying out of the kitchen, right?
Yes, $10 deals, and even the stuff off our regular menu.
Right,
It's not
always.
just that. It's always
Right.
good. People have their things. Some people just love our fried rice alla. Some people like our, like you said, breaded fried steak.
Right.
The country gravy, we're known for that.
You've got we've done the Fiesta plate. That was awesome. They got their pick 2, their pick 3. But I mean, $10.
Can't go wrong. And look at this portion.
I know. Look at this, guys. This is like a boat of bistec right here. That's true.
You're gonna
Look
need
at that.
maybe another scoop of rice to go with
Yep.
that boat.
Sailing on the ocean, the SS Bistec. Yep, boom.
Yep. And also, don't forget our Tanaktak. Also creamy goodness.
I could never forget Tanaktak. It's absolutely one of my favorite
Right.
dishes. And you guys, you do a little twist here because you add some fresh chopped tomato on top.
Yes, sir.
So it's healthy now.
Yeah, somewhat.
Right on, right on.
It's healthy enough.
And of course, Finadeni is always on point.
Yep.
At King's.
And
Meal
if you don't
deals.
like the vinegar, just add soy sauce to it.
Yeah, that's it. That's all you got to do. You can do that self-serve, right? What's
Yes,
your
sir.
favorite $10 deal, MJ?
The mistake, hands down. I was really excited to talk about this because it's one of my favorites.
Let's talk
So-
about this. This is a classic local dish, right?
Very classic. And you know, like a lot of people have their own versions of it, but I'm telling you, this is one of the best that I've tried.
Right.
And I'm so proud and happy to say that.
And this is nothing crazy. It's actually traditional.
Yeah, it's traditional. It's pretty simple, but it's so good.
Right.
Comfort food. There you go.
I don't want you to give away you guys' top secret recipe, but just give us a few of the ingredients so we kind of know.
Well, a choti.
Duh.
I can't give I think it's all in the seasoning.
It is.
It's definitely the seasoning that's our secret. So you season it right, it'll be great no matter what.
Right on.
Yeah.
And
And same
bistec,
with the Tanaktak.
of course.
It definitely has to be the right seasoning.
Right, and you
you know.
guys use a secret ingredient, lemon.
Right?
That really just seals the deal for me, man.
Yeah, and it's just, especially if you just squeeze a little on top of your plate, you're good to go.
Ken came along today because he is the biggest bistec
I
fan.
love the steak.
Awesome.
This is, it reminds me of growing up and eating a nice home cooked meal. So I'm very good. My glasses are ready.
Yeah, he's ready. Even his glasses are ready to eat.
He's ready to take his mask off and get down and dirty.
Yep, I'm ready. I'm all about it right now. The steak. And
Beautiful.
it looks like a lot of people at home were also all about it. We had a poll every Monday, guys. By the way, we have a poll, the Viewer's Choice poll, on our Instagram. And this past Monday, our poll was, what did you want to see us eat? The steak or the honey macadamia shrimp?
Oh.
Maybe we'll have to have that next week or something. But, overwhelmingly, 88% wanted the steak. So
there you go.
All right. Well,
The
hey,
people have spoken.
give the people what they want, right? So, MJ, I don't mean to chase you off here, but the people want to see us eat bistec.
All right, let's get to it then.
So you guys check out MJ and the gang here, Kings Tabuning, of course. Dennydo King's always popping with my man Kiko there. $10 deals again: meatloaf, chicken Alfredo, veggie loco moco, hapa chicken. $10 Tanaktak, of course, the bistec, breaded fried, steak sandwich, spam fried rice, corned beef, and cabbage, all for just $10.
Yes, sir. So come in today and ask for our specials. I'll be here.
Right on. See you, MJ. We got some eating to do.
All right.
All right, mask on, mask off. Let's get comfortable
Chris,
here.
I am ready to eat. I am ready to go. Like I said, the steak's my favorite Chamorro dish. I am gonna go all in. I'm not even sorry. I'm just gonna eat.
But explain what you did there, because you actually flattened your rice down.
Oh, the little technique I use to just flatten my rice. Increase the surface area here, so that when I put the bistec on, I get more of the juice and the broth into the individual grains of rice.
Wow.
Little strategy there.
He's reaching some saturation.
I see you got the little different style here. The two
Yeah.
scoops.
I guess because I'm a big boy, they gave me 2 dishes here, which is good. I must look hungry. So I have the $10 Tanaktak, which, I love Tanaktak, and I'm going to borrow from you there. I'm going to go ahead and try this Tanaktak first. Remember, they do, they chop some fresh tomato on the top. It's a little bit of a twist here. And their Tanaktak, it's classic. All their comfort foods, especially the local comfort dishes, are just great. Ken, what's up? You're not talking over there.
Chris, I'm not talking because I'm trying out this bistec, and it's going to get the seal of approval from me. Tastes just like the traditional bistec made at home. It's got the peas. Some people say they don't like the peas with their bistec, but I think it really helps with the taste. So, I dig it.
It's always interesting to me that peas would be included in a local dish like bistec, but I guess, going back to our ancestors, there was probably a time where they, stumbled across a shipment of peas, right? And they just had all these extra peas, and like, what are we gonna do with these peas? I don't know. Put it in that bistec. And the rest is history.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you right now, Chris, I don't know how to make bistec. I do not know how to make bistec. It's probably like the one traditional Chamorro dish I have like no experience making. And I always, I have nightmares at night, like, does someone know a recipe to make bistec? Because what happens when my parents leave? Who's gonna make bistec for me? But I don't have to worry about it. Kings is here. Shout out. See you guys. Thank you. Very good.
Bro, this Tanaktak, $10 Tanaktak, tastes like $1 million.
Man, this is good. And if you can just always add some, oh, okay, I'll do that. Add a little bit of finadeni there. The meat is so tender in this steak.
Ken, tell me, what is it about bistec that you really like?
I'm a beef guy. I like beef. I like the vinegar soy sauce base of it. It's kind of like a real thick, a much thicker adobo, if you will, right?
Okay.
Like you got like this hybrid between like not an actual soup like kadu and not a just straight dish like adobo. So I like that kind of medium ground of what the steak is. So, and I like the peas. So,
well, my end, the $10 Tinactac, it's amazing.
Killing it.
It's just so easy.
And you got the
Beef.
green string beans in there
You got
too,
the
right?
green beans, the coconut milk. There's that lemon. I'm getting the fresh of the tomato. Bro, the thing about these local comfort dishes like Tinactac, like bistec, it is just so easy to put your blinders on and just like, because it's just so good on so
Yeah.
many levels. It's simple. Okay, I'm going in, man. Here we go.
Do it, man. Change your life, man.
Oh snap.
And the meat is so tender. Like sometimes when the meat is too tough, like
That
it's
will
kind of
ruin
a,
it.
Yeah, it's kind of a
Yeah.
chore to like chew and get through the bite. But
Yeah, you don't want to have to work to chew your meat. This, you're right. This is so tender, so savory, man. And these peas.
I'm telling you, man, peas are a game changer. A lot
What
of people
about
don't
when
like peas, but
when you pop that pea in your mouth? Man, when you pop that pea in your mouth, it just be popping, man. It's tasty.
that was a good one, Chris. This is really good. I'm enjoying it. I don't really have much more to say about the meal. I really enjoy it. It's good. Those of you who voted for this steak, thank you. You've definitely helped me out here today. 88% of you voting for the bistec. It is really good. You guys are right. Definitely have it. Check out King's. Try this on their $10 menu or any of the other items. The Hafa chicken, corned beef with cabbage. That's a good one.
Man, I can't get enough of these peas.
How's that Tinactac?
Oh, I forgot about the Tinactac. It's so good. So good.
But don't take our word for it, guys. Just come down to King's, whether it be here in Tamuning or up in Derrida. Get yourself one of these $10 dishes, whether it be the Tinactac or the bistec or Hafa chicken, corned beef and cabbage.
Boom. Trust but verify. Come on over to Tamuning Kings, of course, Derrida Kings. Man, Ken, this is actually really good. I'm telling you guys, it would be a great mistake to not try this bistec.
It's a good one, man. That's a great line. You know? But Chris, once again, thank you for inviting me to another great, eating segment. I enjoy this food.
Well, if it's time to eat, I know who to call.
Yeah.
Ken St. Nicholas. Guys, $10 deals here at King's 8. I got $10 deals. Come on through, man. Get you some $10 Tinactac, some $10 bistec, any other great items. They always treat us like kings here at King's.
And it's a lot of food, guys. Like, look, I can eat a lot, and this is what's left in my boat of, it's more like a battleship, but.
That's like he's taken care of for the next 2 days.
It's good. It's really good. I'm enjoying it. I love it. It's my favorite meal. So.
Boom. Check us, Tamuning Kings, Derrida Kings, $10 deals for Atkins Sandwich. My name's Chris, and thank you, Kings, for another great Feed Me Fridays!
Feed Me Fridays is brought to you by King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam.
9:59, Jay.
Yeah, we also had a poll up on Instagram, so Joser is going to pop that up, and I believe bistec was the hands-down winner.
By like a lot. It was like 80%.
No big surprise there.
Yeah, yep.
Bistec that's an anytime food.
And so we're doing this every week, a Feed Me Fridays poll for you guys. You get to tell us what you want us to eat, so make sure you pick the good one. I mean, it's all good with Kings and Ruby Tuesdays. 10 o'clock, KUAM TV.
Yeah, real quick, there is a Pride Motorcade. Our friend Glenn Lohan, who is the co-host of the Hafenzu podcast on the KUAM Podcast Network, debuting very, very soon. He's inviting everybody to the Pride Motorcade. Showtime is 3:30 in the afternoon this Sunday at the Dededo Mayor's office. Everybody's going to gather, fellowship, have a really good time, and then they will motorcade around the island and celebrate inclusivity, diversity, equality, and love.
Thank you, Jay. KUAM TV, that's Jason, Joe, sir, Master Control. Remember, we got your 6 of their primetime newscast right here on KUAM TV. My name's Chris. Hasta. Adios! All right, our friends at Docomo Pacific and Burger King are proud to present Cover Me right now. Cover Me with the song Rabbit Holes.